second here. All right. All right, all right, all right. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Good. Okay, let's mute all the way around. Nick Chine is with us, the head coach of the Grand Forks Royals American Legion baseball team. We're getting set to get started for a brand new season of American Legion baseball this year. Tonight they take on Post 400 in a non-counter 9-inning game that will come up tonight. Coach, I know there's a lot of optimism right now with this particular group. I know there's some players that have decided to be a part of your team this year that maybe in the past have decided not to. It's added to some depth that you have. You've got great numbers down at the Blues level. So it seems like baseball right now is kind of on the upswing in Grand Forks and maybe an exciting season for you to get started.
It will be. I mean, we're always excited to start in the summer. We have a good time. And yeah, we were really surprised and impressed with the numbers that we had as far as turnout, especially in the Blues program. We were kind of concerned about those numbers, and then they blew up through the roof and ended up having 18 come out and 16 actually stuck and decided that this is what they want to spend their time in the summer and doing. And then, yeah, we did get some players back that have been doing some other things in the summer. I wanted to come back and play with us this summer as well.
So now you've got an opportunity to enter into the season after a year where the Red River baseball team was pretty competitive. Central had a couple of moments, and you've got to try to blend those elements together again. Tell us a little bit about the challenge of blending those elements together after they played on separate high school teams, bringing them together for a summer run.
You know, there really isn't. These kids have known each other and played baseball with each other their whole lives. And typically they've been part of the summer program as well, coming together since they were a freshman. So by the time they get to me, it's kind of commonplace. There really isn't an adjustment period. They know each other well, respect each other. They play a lot of things together growing up in a community of 60,000 people. So it's really not hard. It's pretty seamless, actually. It's never anything that's even brought up or we even concern ourselves with. It just, we come together as a Grand Forks program, and the two high schools meet, and we put together the best program and team we can, and we just go out and compete. And we have fun doing it. So,
Nick, can you tell me where this team expects to be strong this year? I mean, you've got some pitching depth, but there's never enough pitching depth, especially for a AA level of baseball in North Dakota. Where do you think this team can be as strong as it can be this year?
Well, we have pitching depth. Now, again, like anything else, as you said, there's no such thing as enough pitching when it comes to a double elimination tournament at the end of the summer. It just takes a lot. You're playing 14 innings every time that you play, 6 games a week typically. with the pitch count rules, it really limits what you can do. In the Legion now, we go to 105 versus high school is 120, which plays into it. So you can never have enough arms. And if we have, I would say, going into the summer, a strength, it would be the depth of pitching. The number of people that have told the railroad for both schools in the high school, as well as in the past in the summer for us, we have a lot of depth there. But as you know, in the summer, there are 10 teams, and it's just a gauntlet. It is very difficult and challenging to win. 1 out of 2, let alone sweep anybody. And it doesn't matter who it is. The other 9 teams are just loaded, pulling their 3 and 4 and 5th best player together in the summer to combine for 1 West Fargo team, 1 Fargo team, 1 Bismarck team. It is challenging. It is really difficult. It's a lot of fun, and North Dakota has some really, really great baseball. People are, as I've been around the game 31 years, just in the coaching aspect, and I've been to the Minnesotas, Nebraskas, I've been around other states, the Montanas, and we play and have as good a brand as there is. The facilities that we play on in this state are almost second to none. When you talk about the 10 fields that we use at the AA level, they're spectacular. And then no matter where we go, we're equal to or sometimes better than when we travel around to Minnesota, Nebraska, the South Dakotas, the Montanas, the places that we've been over my career. We stack up with the best of them, no doubt.
Now let's talk about what this thing is going to look like going forward into the future, and as we get ready to, embark on this season. The preseason poll came out. I'm not familiar with the preseason poll in Legion baseball, but they picked you 10 out of 10. And you've also had a team that has taken its lumps as young players and has moved along and progressed over the last couple of years. So those two elements together, being picked 10 out of 10 and having some background where you've been trying to work your way in, are there some attitudes on the team that it's time to go prove something this time?
I don't know. I put a lot of stock in that, and I don't even talk about it with the kids. And they, like you, probably don't even know there is such a thing. It's something that we talked about, and I think they started a couple of years ago where coaches write in and kind of rank the teams from 1 to 10 at the beginning of the season where they think people will fall towards the end. And, it's just, guesstimates at best. So I look back at our Red River season, we were picked, way further down the tree. Jumped and then we finished. So and then people finished higher than they were picked. So I don't put a lot of stock in that. And for sure, like I said, it's tough to win in the summer. We'll have our hands full no matter who we play and every time we play. So those are just talking points, things to bring up and have people discuss. But yeah, no, it's not anything that I even concern myself with. And like I said, kind of like you, I don't think the kids even know about it.
Well, it's probably good that they don't know about it, but let's talk about something that they do know about, and this is a weird question that we don't normally get to ask anybody. The dimensions at your home field changed for this year. Fences came in, a handful of feet in the corners, all the way around. It seemed like it had a little bit of an effect throughout the course of the high school season. Easier to get a ball out. It seemed like the angles changed a little bit. Does that make it a little bit better for Legion or high school baseball when you've got those kinds of dimensions that are going on?
Yeah, well, it's definitely smaller. That's for sure. So, for kids, it's always about, the long ball is always fun. And I mean, who doesn't like to hit home runs? So with the fences coming in, it gives kids a better opportunity to do that. Craft as far as backdrop and the trees and that field in and of itself with the new fence and coming in, it's one of the best, especially backdrops, looking from the hitter out into center field, left and right. So you get a good look at the ball. There's nothing that really interferes with that. So those coming in are positive things as far as the kids are concerned and their ability to kind of let it or launch it out for a home run. So it's just something we adjust to. The park looks nice. We would have wanted it a little bigger, but it is just what it is. So we're comfortable with it, and we'll get used to it, and it's there to stay for now.
And tonight's a non-counter, but it is a team that's in the region. So tell us a bit about how you approach it. Is tonight a night where you do a lot of different things to try to see what you have, or is tonight a night where you attack it like it's a conference game, even though it isn't?
No, both teams, Coach Brian and I have already discussed, there'll be lots of pitching changes. We're going to play with reentry and courtesy. We're going to be able to DH. We're not going. We're going to play more like the traditional high school rules. We're not going to play by the American Legion, where you can only DH for your pitcher and there's no substitute, no reentry rule. We're not going to do that. So we're just going to play 9 innings. Hopefully it goes all 9. If it doesn't, I hope it's in our favor for the 10-run rule. But no, there's going to be a lot of changes. So not only through the pitching, but the defensive kind of thing. I think he's going to bring in a full roster. I got 15, 14 that are probably going to be eligible or healthy to play. So I'm going to make sure that everybody gets a taste and their beak wet. So there's going to be lots of in and outs. And no, it's not going to be pedal to the metal and go for the throat kind of game. So it's just getting everybody used to, again, playing. For most of us, we've had a week off, at least our programs have. So getting back into that swing of things and getting people ready for the long haul, which is 2 months of straight baseball.
Nick Chine is with us, the head coach of the Grand Forks Royals American Legion baseball team. We're getting set to get started for a brand new season of American Legion baseball this year. Tonight they take on Post 400 in a non-counter 9-inning game that will come up tonight. Coach, I know there's a lot of optimism right now with this particular group. I know there's some players that have decided to be a part of your team this year that maybe in the past have decided not to. It's added to some depth that you have. You've got great numbers down at the Blues level. So it seems like baseball right now is kind of on the upswing in Grand Forks, and maybe an exciting season for you to get started.
It will be. I mean, we're always excited to start in the summer. We have a good time. And yeah, we were really surprised and impressed with the numbers that we had as far as turnout, especially in the Blues program. We were kind of concerned about those numbers, and then they blew up through the roof and ended up having 18 come out and 16 actually stuck and decided that this is what they want to spend their time in the summer and doing. And then, yeah, we did get some players back that have been doing some other things in the summer. I wanted to come back and play with us this summer as well.
So now you've got an opportunity to enter into the season after a year where the Red River baseball team was pretty competitive. Central had a couple of moments, and you've got to try to blend those elements together again. Tell us a little bit about the challenge of blending those elements together after they played on separate high school teams, bringing them together for a summer run.
There really isn't. These kids have known each other and played baseball with each other their whole lives. And typically they've been part of the summer program as well, coming together since they were a freshman. So by the time they get to me, it's kind of commonplace. There really isn't an adjustment period. They know each other well, respect each other. They play a lot of things together growing up in a community of 60,000 people. So it's really not hard. It's pretty seamless, actually. It's never anything that's even brought up or we even concern ourselves with. It just, we come together as a Grand Forks program, and the 2 high schools meet, and we put together the best program and team we can, and we just go out and compete. And we have fun doing it. So,
Nick, can you tell me where this team expects to be strong this year? I mean, you've got some pitching depth, but there's never enough pitching depth, especially for AA level of baseball in North Dakota. Where do you think this team can be as strong as it can be this year?
Well, we have pitching depth. Now, again, like anything else, as you said, there's no such thing as enough pitching when it comes to a double elimination tournament at the end of the summer. It just takes a lot. You're playing 14 innings every time that you play, 6 games a week typically. With the pitch count rules, it really limits what you can do. In the Legion now, we go to 105 versus high school is 120, which plays into it. So you can never have enough arms. And if we have, I would say, going into the summer, a strength, it would be the depth of pitching. The number of people that have told the railroad for both schools and the high school, as well as in the past in the summer for us, we have a lot of depth there. But as you know, in the summer, there are 10 teams, and it's just a gauntlet. It is very difficult and challenging to win 1 out of 2, let alone sweep anybody. And it doesn't matter who it is. The other 9 teams are just loaded, pooling their 3 and 4 and 5th best player together in the summer to combine for 1 West Fargo team, 1 Fargo team, 1 Bismarck team. It is challenging. It is really difficult. It's a lot of fun, and North Dakota has some really, really great baseball. People are, as I've been around the game 31 years, just in the coaching aspect, and I've been to the Minnesotas, Nebraskas, I've been around other states, the Montanas, and we play and have as good a brand as there is. The facilities that we play on in this state are almost second to none. When you talk about the 10 fields that we use at the AA level, they're spectacular. And then no matter where we go, we're equal to or sometimes better than when we travel around to Minnesota, Nebraska, the South Dakotas, the Montana's, the places that we've been over my career. We stack up with the best of them, no doubt.
Now let's talk about what this thing is going to look like going forward into the future, and as we get ready to, embark on this season. The preseason poll came out. I'm not familiar with the preseason poll in Legion baseball, but they picked you 10 out of 10. And you've also had a team that has taken its lumps as young players and has moved along and progressed over the last couple of years. So those two elements together, being picked 10 out of 10 and having some background where you've been trying to work your way in, are there some attitudes on the team that it's time to go prove something this time?
I don't know. I put a lot of stock in that, and I don't even talk about it with the kids. And they, like you, probably don't even know there is such a thing. It's something that we talked about, and I think they started a couple of years ago where coaches write in and kind of rank the teams from 1 to 10 at the beginning of the season where they think people will fall towards the end. And, it's just, guesstimates at best. So I look back at our Red River season, we were picked, way further down the tree. Jumped and then we finished. So and then people finished higher than they were picked. So I don't put a lot of stock in that. And for sure, like I said, it's tough to win in the summer. We'll have our hands full no matter who we play and every time we play. So those are just talking points, things to bring up and have people discuss. But yeah, no, it's not anything that I even concern myself with. And like I said, kind of like you, I don't think the kids even know about it.
Well, it's probably good that they don't know about it, but let's talk about something that they do know about, and this is a weird question that we don't normally get to ask anybody. The dimensions at your home field changed for this year. Fences came in, a handful of feet in the corners, all the way around. It seemed like it had a little bit of an effect throughout the course of the high school season. Easier to get a ball out. It seemed like the angles changed a little bit. Does that make it a little bit better for Legion or high school baseball when you've got those kinds of dimensions that are going on?
Yeah, well, it's definitely smaller. That's for sure. So, for kids, it's always about, the long ball is always fun. And I mean, who doesn't like to hit home runs? So with the fences coming in, it gives kids a better opportunity to do that. Craft as far as backdrop and the trees and that field in and of itself with the new fence and coming in, it's one of the best, especially backdrops, looking from the hitter out into center field, left and right. So you get a good look at the ball. There's nothing that really interferes with that. So those coming in are positive things as far as the kids are concerned and their ability to kind of let it or launch it out for a home run. So it's just something we adjust to. The park looks nice. We would have wanted it a little bigger, but it is just what it is. So we're comfortable with it, and we'll get used to it. And it's there to stay for now.
And tonight's a non-counter, but it is a team that's in the region. So tell us a bit about how you approach it. Is tonight a night where you do a lot of different things to try to see what you have, or is tonight a night where you attack it like it's a conference game, even though it isn't?
No, both teams, Coach Brian and I have already discussed, there'll be lots of pitching changes. We're going to play with re-entry and courtesy. We're going to be able to DH. We're going to play more like the traditional high school rules. We're not going to play by the American Legion where you can only DH for your pitcher and there's no substitute, no re-entry rule. We're not going to do that. So we're just going to play 9 innings. Hopefully it goes all 9. If it doesn't, I hope it's in our favor for the 10-run rule. But no, there's going to be a lot of changes. So not only through the pitching, but the defensive kind of thing. I think he's going to bring in a full roster. I got 14 that are probably going to be eligible or healthy to play. So I'm going to make sure that everybody gets a taste and their beak wet. So there's going to be lots of in and outs. And no, it's not going to be pedal to the metal and go for the throat kind of game. So it's just getting everybody used to, again, playing. For most of us, we've had a week off, at least our programs have. So getting back into that swing of things and getting people ready for the long haul, which is 2 months of straight baseball.
Nick Chine is with us, the head coach of the Grand Forks Royals American Legion baseball team. We're getting set to get started for a brand new season of American Legion baseball this year. Tonight they take on Post 400 in a non-counter 9-inning game that will come up tonight. Coach, I know there's a lot of optimism right now with this particular group. I know there's some players that have decided to be a part of your team this year that maybe in the past have decided not to. It's added to some depth that you have. You've got great numbers down at the Blues level. So it seems like baseball right now is kind of on the upswing in Grand Forks, and maybe an exciting season for you to get started.
It will be. I mean, we're always excited to start in the summer. We have a good time. And yeah, we were really surprised and impressed with the numbers that we had as far as turnout, especially in the Blues program. We were kind of concerned about those numbers, and then they blew up through the roof and ended up having 18 come out and 16 actually stuck and decided that this is what they want to spend their time in the summer and doing. And then yeah, we did get some players back that have been doing some other things in the summer. I wanted to come back and play with us this summer as well.
So now you've got an opportunity to enter into the season after a year where the Red River baseball team was pretty competitive. Central had a couple of moments, and you've got to try to blend those elements together again. Tell us a little bit about the challenge of blending those elements together after they played on separate high school teams, bringing them together for a summer run.
You know, there really isn't. These kids have known each other and played baseball with each other their whole lives. And typically they've been part of the summer program as well, coming together since they were a freshman. So by the time they get to me, it's kind of commonplace. There really isn't an adjustment period. They know each other well, respect each other. They play a lot of things together growing up in a community of 60,000 people. So it's really not hard. It's pretty seamless, actually. It's never anything that's even brought up or we even concern ourselves with. It just, we come together as a Grand Forks program, and two high schools meet, and we put together the best program and team we can, and we just go out and compete, and we have fun doing it. So,
Nick, can you tell me where this team expects to be strong this year? I mean, you've got some pitching depth, but there's never enough pitching depth, especially for AA level of baseball in North Dakota. Where do you think this team can be as strong as it can be this year?
Well, we have pitching depth. Now, again, like anything else, as you said, there's no such thing as enough pitching when it comes to a double elimination tournament at the end of the summer. It just takes a lot. You're playing 14 innings every time that you play, 6 games a week typically. With the pitch count rules, it really limits what you can do. In the Legion now, we go to 105 versus high school is 120, which plays into it. So you can never have enough arms. And if we have, I would say, going into the summer, a strength, it would be the depth of pitching. The number of people that have told the railroad for both schools in the high school, as well as in the past in the summer for us, we have a lot of depth there. But as you know, in the summer, there are 10 teams, and it's just a gauntlet. It is very difficult and challenging to win. 1 out of 2, let alone sweep anybody. And it doesn't matter who it is. The other 9 teams are just loaded, pulling their 3 and 4 and 5th best player together in the summer to combine for 1 West Fargo team, 1 Fargo team, 1 Bismarck team. It is challenging. It is really difficult. It's a lot of fun, and North Dakota has some really, really great baseball. People are, as I've been around the game 31 years, just in the coaching aspect, and I've been to the Minnesotas, Nebraskas, I've been around other states, the Montanas, and we play and have as good a brand as there is. The facilities that we play on in this state are almost second to none. When you talk about the 10 fields that we use at the AA level, they're spectacular. And then no matter where we go, we're equal to or sometimes better than when we travel around to Minnesota, Nebraska, the South Dakotas, the Montanas, the places that we've been over my career. We stack up with the best of them, no doubt.
Now let's talk about what this thing is going to look like going forward. All right, test, 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 test.
The following is a presentation of KNOX Sports.
Well, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome you to Kraft Field in the Oxford Sports Complex tonight for our coverage of Grand Forks Post 6 American Legion Baseball. The Royals are at home tonight for a matchup with Fargo Post 400 and the Stars coming to town. That will start off the 2025 American Legion Class AA baseball season here in Grand Forks. And we bring it to you tonight on the Rivards Turf and Forage, Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, and KNOX Live Sports. Ryan Cunningham with you here this Thursday evening from Grand Forks, where things are cloudy, things are cooling off a little bit. There's a little bit of a chance of rain, better as you go south in our region. And so tonight we're hoping that with calm winds and we can keep the rain away, we could have a nice 9-inning game of baseball. And tonight we're told by Nick Chine, the head coach of the Royals, that this is going to be a get-to-know-them type affair, really, for both teams tonight. Mentioning earlier today in our pregame interview that you'll hear. Some of you were able to take that in before we got started tonight, as we brought that to you with our loop before we got our broadcast started. But we'll have those full comments from Nick Chine coming up here in just a couple of moments. And again, one of the things that we talked about with him was, what kind of game is this going to be tonight? Is this going to be one of those games that will be just like a league game, even though it doesn't count in the conference? Or is this going to be a little different where you get to see a lot of faces? And based on the lineup that we've been given, along with the way that Coach Shine answered that question, it's going to be a get-to-know-them kind of night tonight. So we could almost call this a preseason game. It has a real feel of the way that maybe the National Football League does it, where you see a lot of players and you're not really sure where they're going to be. The difference would be that most of the players that are going to play tonight are going to make contributions throughout the way, instead of some players being cut, obviously, after the first couple of games. That won't happen. But you are going to see players playing in different spots. You're going to see players playing smaller roles, or roles for a smaller amount of time. But it will give us kind of a comprehensive look at what's on both teams before they embark on their regular season schedules coming up next week. Now, a couple of things about that. We've already had regular season games in Legion baseball played in North Dakota. When we take a look at Drive for the title, coming up a little bit later in our pregame report, you'll see that Dickinson and Mandan started off the season, and Dickinson swept a pair. So we've got a team in first place as we get started tonight. The other part of this is that Fargo Post 400 might be a little ragged coming into this thing today. The reason why we say that is that Post 400 just got here. This is a 6 o'clock first pitch, and the bus pulled into the parking lot at 5:18. And the reason being, apparently, is that the Fargo School District had school even today. Today was the last day that they had school down there, and I can't imagine being in school through the 5th of June when a lot of schools around here have been out since about the 21st of May, and Grand Forks was out about a week after that. So, yeah, it's a different set of feelings, really, for different teams. This Legion team, they played in the high school stuff. They did not make it to the state tournament. Many of these players from Post 400 did. They were playing for a Fargo Davies team that was in the state tournament, that kind of thing. And so they've had a little extra week of baseball. But Grand Forks has been out of school for a while, and today was the final day of school for Post 400, so there will be some different rhythms that are going on between these two teams as we go tonight. But we're glad to bring it to you this evening, and again, we bring it to you courtesy of our premier sports partners, Rivards Turf and Forage, a premium seed dealer in Grand Forks. You can always find out more by visiting their website, rivards.com. This is the prime turf and forage season, and that means that right now what we need you to do is you need to go to rivards.com and take a look at what they have to offer you with the premium products that they have mixed in their seed plant right here in Grand Forks. They keep it local. Rivards.com. That's Rivards.com. And we bring it to you courtesy of Grand Trailer Sales. They have every look of trailer that you're looking for, whether it's the type of trailer you need for work or type of trailer that you need for recreation. Grand Trailer Sales has you covered, and trailer service as well. If it's time to get that trailer up and running again, they have that covered for you with great service and a great parts department, and it's right there on Highway 2 East in East Grand Forks. Grand Trailer Sales and Rivards Turf and Forage bringing you this matchup tonight. Our pregame report this evening is brought to you by Signature Graphics and Apparel and True North Equipment. Coming up, we'll have that pregame conversation with Nick Chine, the head coach of Grand Forks Post 6 American Legion Baseball. We had a chance to catch up with him earlier today and get his thoughts on the start to the season. So that's coming up up in just a bit. We'll also run down the lineups and give you a look at Drive for the Title, which includes what our standings are right now. There's not a lot to show, but we'll show it to you. And Grand Forks will be involved in some league games next week against the team that's currently sitting in first place. We'll also sort of pencil in the best we can as far as those players with game fuel, brought to you by Circle K. But you never know who you're going to have coming back as super seniors, and that's why we kind of go with the high school stuff for game one until we get a look at what's going on. Starting lineups in baseball, our first pitch is scheduled for 6 o'clock. Thank you for joining us here tonight at Kraft Field and Oxford Sports Complex as our pregame report will continue. Nick Chine, the head coach of Grand Forks Post 6 American Legion Baseball, will join us for that pregame conversation coming up next. This is our coverage of Legion Baseball on the Rivards Turf and Forage, Grand Trailer Sales, Sports Network, and KNOX Live Sports.
If you've got an electrical emergency, call RBB Electric. We are your 24/7 electrician. Your call will always be answered by an RBB employee ready to help 24/7. RBB Electric is on time every time. Your time is valuable, and we don't waste it. RBB Electric always calls ahead to schedule service. We are online always. If you suffer from slow download speeds, call our certified network designers and installers. On call, on time, and online. RBB Electric won't leave you in the dark. RBB Electric, your 24/7 electricians.
Open all year round to the public, Eagles Crest offers space for holiday parties and family get-togethers. And of course, daily specials, appetizers, and all your favorites, including Sunday brunch buffets. Come in for the view and delicious meals at Eagles Crest Grill.
Rust, salt, and time are the biggest enemies for a fuel tank. Never fear, because Grand Forks Welding is here to take care of your enemies for you. We not only fix or patch your tanks, but we can custom fabricate any kind of replacement fuel tanks or service unit. Go to grandforkswelding.com.
When you're in pain, you need more than just a doctor. You need a problem solver. Count on All True Orthopedics and Sports Medicine and get back to what moves you.
Your family deserves clean, filtered water. High Plains Water offers Millennium Drink Water System, which delivers great-tasting water and also eliminates harmful impurities. Professionally installed and maintained by High Plains Water of Grand Forks. See them at highplainswater.com.
Today, the PS stands for proper service for your home, farm, or business, which is what you'll get from the team at PS Garage Doors in Grand Forks. Whether you need a door fixed or just thinking about replacing what you already have, no matter what the size, PS Doors offers the proper service for you. Get your proper service at psgaragedoors.com.
From tears in your car, truck, boat, or farm equipment seats to making boat covers or complete restorations of the interior of your hot rod, Finest Auto Trim in Grand Forks can make the inside of your rides look brand new again. Big or small, at Finest Auto Trim, we can cover it all. To check out our services, go to finestautotrim.com or stop out on Demers Avenue in Grand Forks to get your quote today.
Big Jim's Tire is the area's #1 farm and ag tire supplier, and with harvest here, you want the best. Best tires, best service, and Big Jim's will get it done fast to get you moving again. Big Jim's Tire, Grand Forks.
As guys, we all love our trucks. That's why Toys for Trucks is your headquarters for all things truck. They carry an amazing selection of rims and tires, plus floor mats, tonneau covers, hitches, plows, and even Excalibur remote car starters for any car, truck, or SUV. And the best part? They can install everything for your truck right at their location. Stop out at Toys for Trucks in Grand Forks to customize your ride, or check them out at toysfortrucks.com.
Franson Bank and Trust in Grand Forks is a community bank that caters to businesses, farms, and consumers. They provide customized financial solutions with personalized customer service. Let Franson Bank give you the banking relationship you deserve. Real people, real results.
Welcome back to our coverage of high school baseball on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, KNOX Live Sports Legion Baseball tonight. We bring it to you from Kraft Field in the Oxford Sports Complex here in Grand Forks, North Dakota. Tonight, we'll see Fargo Post 400, the Stars, coming to town to take on the Grand Forks Post 6 Royals this evening. This will be a non-conference matchup. We're scheduled for one 9-inning contest here tonight on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network and KNOX Live Sports. Ryan Cunningham with you here this evening, and Joey Springer will have our videography work. We do have a robust schedule of games that are planned as we get started for the season. Wanted to tell you a bit about that as we continue with our pregame report tonight. Our pregame report is brought to you this evening by Grand Trailer Sales and also by Rivards Turf and Forage. And our pregame coverage this evening is provided by Signature Graphics and Apparel and True North Equipment. It's your vision. Make it come to life at Signature Graphics and Apparel. the work they do with a number of materials when it comes down to custom etching, metal, wood, they can affix that to a lot of different pieces of apparel to make it look sharp and be durable for many, many years to come. When you're looking to give your logo a different look, what they can do with custom etching is really high quality at Signature Graphics and Apparel. They've got custom embroidery, obviously silk printing, and they can take care of vinyl signage. Signature Graphics and Apparel in East Grand Forks. And our pregame report brought to you tonight as well by True North Equipment. They are true to your values and ready to serve you with 10 locations all throughout the Red River Valley at True North Equipment. They're waiting to work with you with those John Deere products that you've come to know and love generationally in our area. True North Equipment bringing you our pregame report along with Signature Graphics and Apparel this evening. Well, again, we talked about the differences between the rhythm of these two teams. The Grand Forks Post 6 American Legion team been out of school for about a week, didn't play in the state tournament. Fargo Post 400 looking through their lineup, and when you look through their lineup, Kane Matheson, Caleb Christensen, Gus Pankratz, Gus Weremeyer. I had a chance to see Fargo Davies against Jamestown in the high school state tournament that was here. These are names that jump off the page as being Fargo Davies names. So Grand Forks Post 6 out of school for a little more than a week and did not play in the state tournament. And this Post 400 team played in the state tournament for the most part, along with just getting out of school today. So there's a very different rhythm between the two teams. And right now we see Post 400 trying to loosen up as quickly as they can. Like we said, they got here about 42 minutes before first pitch tonight, so they're trying to get loose before they go out onto the field and get ready for their warm-up exercises. But there is a very different rhythm between these two teams coming into tonight. Let's take a look at Drive for the Title before we go to our coaches interview. Our Drive for the Title brought to you this evening by Toys for Trucks. They are your car, truck, and Jeep accessory supercenter in Grand Forks, and you can see it's a light schedule, and you can see it's been a light season so far. The Rough Riders, which is now Dickinson, remember, in Legion baseball, that's not Red River, that's Dickinson. The Rough Riders are 2-0. No one else has played a league game yet except for Mandan, who played Dickinson in a pair of league games, and Dickinson was victorious in both ends. And so right now, the Rough Riders, who figure to have a pretty good team, have started off 2-0 on the season. Mandan has started off 0-2, and no one's played a league game as of yet. There are no league games the remainder of this week, but coming up on Monday night, that first place team, Dickinson, is coming to town to take on Grand Forks, and that'll be a pair of league games that will happen here at Kraft Field and Oxford Sports Complex. So the Post 6 Royals are not wasting any time. They're going to go up against the team that started off 2-0 in the league so far right away coming up on Monday night, and we'll be here for those games as well. We want to just take some time to let you know about our schedule. We're going to be covering both Post 6 and Thompson throughout the course of the year this year. And so the Post 6 team here will play tonight. We'll play again on Monday. And then a week after that, Thompson will be at home for a pair of games that will be very, very big in Class B American Legion baseball. Mayport Clifford Galesburg coming to town on that Tuesday. And then on that Thursday, we'll see Thompson going up against Park River. And there's two teams that were both seeded in the top 4 of the state Class B high school tournament. So we've got some pretty nice games coming up here for you when it comes down to baseball on KNOX Live Sports in short order. Our Drive for the Title segment brought to you by Toys for Trucks. They are your car, truck, Jeep accessory supercenter, loaded with a full showroom of custom wheels and rims, along with performance tires to make that hot rod of yours look and feel the way that it's supposed to. When it's time to take your ride to the next level, it's time for Toys for Trucks. They've got automatic starts just in case you want to get a jump start on this coming cooler weather. But right now we're talking about the warm weather and getting out and about, and any effect, any accessory that you're looking for, they've got you covered at Toys for Trucks. It's Highway 2 West, 6105 Gateway Drive in Grand Forks. They bring you Drive for the Title this evening. And again, our pregame report tonight brought to you by True North Equipment and Signature Graphics and Apparel. Let's bring you that coach's conversation that we had a chance to have with Nick Chine, the head coach of Grand Forks Post 6 American Legion Baseball. And Coach Shine with an opportunity to sit down with us this morning, talk a bit about a number of different things regarding baseball, including the blending of a couple of teams and some optimism for this Grand Forks baseball program after just a few years ago where they didn't have a blues program at all, and they were moving all of these players that you see now up as 15 and 16-year-olds to play Class AA Legion. They weren't in a good place a few years ago. Now a number of players on the Blues that are the defending state A champions, and a good roster here at the AA Legion level as well. Things are moving in the right direction. We had a chance to talk about it with Coach Nick Chine earlier today. Nick Chine is with us, the head coach of the Grand Forks Royals American Legion baseball team. We're getting set to get started for a brand new season of American Legion baseball this year. Tonight they take on Post 400 in a non-counter 9-inning game that will come up tonight. Coach, I know there's a lot of optimism right now with this particular group. I know there's some players that have decided to be a part of your team this year that maybe in the past have decided not to. It's added to some depth that you have. You've got great numbers down at the Blues level. So it seems like baseball right now is kind of on the upswing in Grand Forks, and maybe an exciting season for you to get started.
It will be. I mean, we're always excited to start in the summer. We have a good time. And, yeah, we were really surprised and impressed with the numbers that we had as far as turnout, especially in the Blues program. We were kind of concerned about those numbers, and then they blew up through the roof and ended up having 18 come out and 16 actually stuck and decided that this is what they want to spend their time in the summer and doing. And then, yeah, we did get some players back that have been doing some other things in the summer. I wanted to come back and play with us this summer as well.
So now you've got an opportunity to enter into the season after a year where the Red River baseball team was pretty competitive. Central had a couple of moments, and you've got to try to blend those elements together again. Tell us a little bit about the challenge of blending those elements together after they played on separate high school teams, bringing them together for a summer run.
You know, there really isn't. These kids have known each other and played baseball with each other their whole lives. And typically they've been part of the summer program as well, coming together since they were a freshman. So by the time they get to me, it's kind of commonplace. There really isn't an adjustment period. They know each other well, respect each other. They play a lot of things together growing up in a community of 60,000 people. So it's really not hard. It's pretty seamless, actually. It's never anything that's even brought up or we even concern ourselves with. It just, we come together as a Grand Forks program, and the two high schools meet, and we put together the best program and team we can, and we just go out and compete. And we have fun doing it. So,
Nick, can you tell me where this team expects to be strong this year? I mean, you've got some pitching depth, but there's never enough pitching depth, especially for a AA level of baseball in North Dakota. Where do you think this team can be as strong as it can be this year?
Well, we have pitching depth. Now, again, like anything else, as you said, there's no such thing as enough pitching when it comes to a double elimination tournament at the end of the summer. It just takes a lot. You're playing 14 innings every time that you play, 6 games a week typically. With the pitch count rules, it really limits what you can do. In the Legion now, we go to 105 versus high school is 120, which plays into it. So you can never have enough arms. And if we have, I would say, going into the summer, a strength, it would be the depth of pitching. The number of people that have told the railroad for both schools in the high school, as well as in the past in the summer for us, we have a lot of depth there. But as you know, in the summer, there are 10 teams, and it's just a gauntlet. It is very difficult and challenging to win 1 out of 2, let alone sweep anybody. And it doesn't matter who it is. The other 9 teams are just loaded, pulling their 3 and 4 and 5th best player together in the summer to combine for 1 West Fargo team, 1 Fargo team, 1 Bismarck team. It is challenging. It is really difficult. It's a lot of fun, and North Dakota has some really, really great baseball. People are, as I've been around the game 31 years, just in the coaching aspect, and I've been to the Minnesotas, Nebraskas, I've been around other states, the Montanas, and we play and have as good a brand as there is. The facilities that we play on in this state are almost second to none. When you talk about the 10 fields that we use at the AA level, they're spectacular. And then no matter where we go, we're equal to or sometimes better than when we travel around to Minnesota, Nebraska, the South Dakotas, the Montanas, the places that we've been over my career. We stack up with the best of them, no doubt.
Now let's talk about what this thing is going to look like going forward into the future, and as we get ready to, embark on this season. The preseason poll came out. I'm not familiar with the preseason poll in Legion baseball, but they picked you 10 out of 10. And you've also had a team that has taken its lumps as young players and has moved along and progressed over the last couple of years. So those two elements together, being picked 10 out of 10 and having some background where you've been trying to work your way in, are there some attitudes on the team that it's time to go prove something this time?
I don't know. I put a lot of stock in that, and I don't even talk about it with the kids. And they, like you, probably don't even know there is such a thing. It's something that we talked about, and I think they started a couple of years ago where coaches write in and kind of rank the teams from 1 to 10 at the beginning of the season where they think people will fall towards the end. And, it's just, guesstimates at best. So I look back at our Red River season, we were picked, way further down the tree, jump than we finished. So, and then people finished higher than they were picked. So I don't put a lot of stock in that. And for sure, like I said, it's tough to win in the summer. We'll have our hands full no matter who we play and every time we play. So those are just, talking points, things to bring up and have people discuss. But yeah, no, it's not anything that I even concern myself with. And like I said, kind of like you, I don't think the kids even know about it.
Well, it's probably good that they don't know about it, but let's talk about something that they do know about, and this is a weird question that we don't normally get to ask anybody. The dimensions at your home field changed for this year. Fences came in, a handful of feet in the corners, all the way around. It seemed like it had a little bit of an effect throughout the course of the high school season. Easier to get a ball out. It seemed like the angles changed a little bit. Does that make it a little bit better for Legion or high school baseball when you've got those kinds of dimensions that are going on?
Yeah, well, it's definitely smaller. That's for sure. So, for kids, it's always about, the long ball is always fun. And I mean, who doesn't like to hit home runs? So with the fences coming in, it gives kids a better opportunity to do that. Craft as far as backdrop and the trees and that field in and of itself with the new fence and coming in, it's one of the best, especially backdrops, looking from the hitter out into center field, left and right. So you get a good look at the ball. There's nothing that really interferes with that. So those coming in are positive things as far as the kids are concerned and their ability to kind of let it or launch it out for a home run. So it's just something we adjust to. The park looks nice. We would have wanted it a little bigger, but it is just what it is. So we're comfortable with it, and we'll get used to it, and it's there to stay for now.
And tonight's a non-counter, but it is a team that's in the region. So tell us a bit about how you approach it. Is tonight a night where you do a lot of different things to try to see what you have, or is tonight a night where you attack it like it's a conference game, even though it isn't?
No, both teams, Coach Brian and I have already discussed, there'll be lots of pitching changes. We're going to play with re-entry and courtesy. We're going to be able to DH. We're going to play more like the traditional high school rules. We're not going to play by the American Legion where you can only DH for your pitcher and there's no substitute, no re-entry rule. We're not going to do that. So we're just going to play 9 innings. Hopefully it goes all 9. If it doesn't, I hope it's in our favor for the 10-run rule. But no, there's going to be a lot of changes. So not only through the pitching, but the defensive kind of thing. I think he's going to bring in a full roster. I got 14 that are probably going to be eligible or healthy to play. So I'm going to make sure that everybody gets a taste and their beak wet. So there's going to be lots of in and outs, and no, it's not going to be pedal to the metal and go for the throat kind of game. So it's just getting everybody used to, again, playing. For most of us, we've had a week off, at least our programs have. So getting back into that swing of things and getting people ready for the long haul, which is 2 months of straight baseball.
Nick Chine, the head coach of the Grand Forks Post 6 American Legion baseball team, the Royals, joining us on our pregame report tonight. And our pregame report brought to you by Signature Graphics and Apparel and True North Equipment. We continue with our pregame report next. We'll take a look at the players to watch in this one with our game fuel this evening, at least that what we knew coming into the game tonight. And obviously some super seniors will change that around as well. We'll tell you about a couple of those names that pop up on the lineup card, familiar names that we've talked about in the past, so stay with us for that. And our starting lineups in baseball with first pitch scheduled for 6 o'clock tonight here at Kraft Field and Oxford Sports Complex. It's the opener of the Royals American Legion baseball season. The Grand Forks Post 6 American Legion Royals set to do battle tonight with Post 400 and the Stars. This is our coverage of American Legion baseball on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network and KNOX Live Sports.
Tears in your car, truck, boat, or farm equipment seats to making boat covers or complete restorations of the interior of your hot rod. Finest Auto Trim in Grand Forks can make the inside of your rides look brand new again. Big or small, at Finest Auto Trim, we can cover it all. To check out our services, go to finestautotrim.com or stop out on Demers Avenue in Grand Forks to get your quote today.
When you think breakfast, you think Perkins Restaurant. Whether you keep it simple with a fresh baked mammoth muffin and coffee or go all out and try the tremendous 12 breakfast, Perkins Restaurant is your breakfast place. Perkins Restaurant and a great breakfast make the perfect team. Since 1972, Jarrell's Sports Center and Hockey World has provided year-round sporting goods, apparel, and of course, hockey equipment and training tools. You'll also find they have a state-of-the-art skate sharpening machine to give you the edge you need. For anything sports, stop into Jarrell's and Hockey World.
Residents of the Midwest are known for being self-starters and getting the job done. But when it comes to electrical work, it's best to call a professional. Hi, this is Steve from Bergstrom Electric. It's true that there's a certain glory to accomplishing a task on your own, but it's our experience that not only will save you time, but also the headaches that go along with home improvement projects. A simple phone call to Bergstrom Electric can make all the difference. At Bergstrom Electric, the light does shine brighter.
As guys, we all love our trucks. That's why Toys for Trucks is your headquarters for all things truck. They carry an amazing selection of rims and tires, plus floor mats, tonneau covers, hitches, plows, and even Excalibur remote car starters for any car, truck, or SUV. And the best part? They can install everything for your truck right at their location. Stop out at Toys for Trucks in Grand Forks to customize your ride, or check them out at toysfortrucks.com.
Today, the PS stands for proper service for your home, farm, or business, which is what you'll get from the team at PS Garage Doors in Grand Forks. Whether you need a door fixed or just thinking about replacing what you already have, no matter what the size, PS Doors offers the proper service for you. Get your proper service at psgaragedoors.com.
Add a pop of color and excitement to your next celebration with Balloons by Misty. Their one-of-a-kind balloon design skills and creativity will make your event unforgettable. It's always a party at Balloons by Misty. Visit balloonsbymisty.com today.
Franson Bank and Trust in Grand Forks is a community bank that caters to businesses, farms, and consumers. They provide customized financial solutions with personalized customer service. Let Franson Bank give you the banking relationship you deserve. Real people, real results.
Signature Graphics in East Grand Forks is your one-stop shop for all your branding and design needs. From embroidery, vinyl wrapping, laser print, and more fully customized from start to finish, all in-house. Signature Graphics. We craft your vision. You watch it come to life.
Welcome back to our coverage of American Legion Baseball on the Rivards Turf and 4-Edge Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network. KNOX Live Sports pregame report continues tonight as Fargo Post 400 is in town to take on Grand Forks Post 6. The Royals host the Stars here this evening for American Legion Baseball. Our pregame report brought to you tonight by True North Equipment, true to your values and ready to serve you with 10 locations throughout the Red River Valley with those John Deere products that you've come to know and love generationally in our area. True North Equipment bringing you our pregame report tonight, as does Signature Graphics and Apparel. It's your vision. Make it come to life at Signature Graphics and Apparel with custom embroidery. They've got silk printing, vinyl signage, and of course their custom etching to revolutionize what you can do with your apparel. Signature Graphics and Apparel bringing you our pregame report tonight as well. Interestingly enough, the Post 400 Stars are currently using their infield time just to take ground balls on the side of the field. They're not going out onto the field to actually take their full warm-up right now, and so they'll kind of keep it down to just making some throws back to the fungo bat at this point. And a 9-inning game tonight that will be a non-counter. This is going to be something that is a get-to-know-your-team type of an affair and not necessarily going to be something that would have the intensity of a league game coming up here tonight. Let's take a look at the latest that we have as far as our game fuel this evening, presented by Circle K. Circle K bringing you your game fuel now with many locations in Grand Forks. We started the year with just one. They've moved it up to 4, and now they're acquiring the Dusterhoff properties as well. And soon they're going to have 7-8 locations to serve you in Grand Forks. And Circle K, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 at their location on South Washington and Midtown. Car wash, a great beverage bar that they have for you there, along with the frozen food department, and being open 24/7. They're ready to help you with your needs at Circle K, bringing you our game fuel this evening. For the Grand Forks Post 6 Royals, Griffin Hoganson, Alex Seaver. Those are a couple of guys that haven't been involved on the Legion side of things for a while, and they were very excited to have those two names picked up. Alex Seaver is going to get the start tonight, although no one's going to pitch deep this evening. But Griffin Hoganson, Alex Seaver being here River. Those are a couple of very nice names for Grand Forks Post 6 tonight. Matt Dosh, a solid year for Red River. And you've got Keegan Hensrud, who had a very, very good year for Grand Forks Central, one of the leaders on that team. And Keegan's going to get a start this evening for Post 6. And just kind of penciling it in for Post 400 because you're never really sure who's going to go out for the team when they are the visitors, right? But obviously Matthew Bryan, he will lead off this evening for Post 400, a very, very good player. And then you look at Colby Hansen, who comes back as a pitcher as well. Now, he's not in the starting lineup tonight. When you start taking a look at the names that are on the roster, Kane Matheson, Caleb Christensen, Gus Pankratz, Gus Weremeyer, these men were regulars in that Fargo Davies lineup that was in the state tournament this year. And so you can expect them to make some noise for for Post 6. Braden Brevitt coming back as a super senior is a nice addition, and Ryan Rakow had a great season, or I should say Ryan Rykow, my apologies, a great season for Red River at the plate when perhaps he wasn't expecting to play a lot. Played a lot due to an injury and was able to definitely take advantage of his time, hitting the ball extremely well for Grand Forks Red River. That'll be a nice pickup as well, and we'll see more and more names as the night goes on. And so those are the players to watch with your game fuel, and your game fuel tonight is brought to you by Circle K, now with, I believe it's 5 locations to serve you in Grand Forks and more on the way. We'll continue with our pregame report in a couple of moments. We'll take a pause for our national anthem, which is coming up here in just a moment. Bob Green from the Post 6 American Legion Lodge in Grand Forks is going to perform that this evening. The umpire is currently meeting with our head coaches tonight, and we'll get ready for the start of this one with our starting lineups on the way in just a couple of moments. This is our coverage of American Legion baseball tonight on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network and KNOX Live Sports.
When you're in pain, you need more than just a doctor. You need a problem solver. Count on All True Orthopedics and Sports Medicine and get back to what moves you.
Whether it's a golf course, your lawn, a pasture on your farm, cover crop, or even a food plot to help you get that big buck, Rivards Turf and Forage of Grand Forks has developed, mixed, and packaged the premium specialized seed you need for almost every application. Plus, they also carry a full line of ice melter products for your home or business. To check out all their products, go to rivards.com.
Grand Trailer Sales in East Grand Forks is your go-to spot for enclosed utility, flatbed, and dump trailers in the Red River Valley. They have the biggest selection on hand of trailers with great pricing. If you're looking for parts, service, or simply to buy, trade, or rent a trailer, stop into East Grand Forks. GrandTrailersSales.com.
Spray Advantage of Grand Forks carries everything you need for the chemical and fertilizer application on your farm. They have pumps, tips, and tanks from 3 gallons all the way up to 10,000 gallons on hand. They can help with parts and accessories for the fertilizer and tillage equipment on your farm too. Go to SprayAdvantage.com.
Picture yourself at Lake Region State College. With faculty and staff here to help you succeed, we know you by name. Picture your success as you get hands-on ready for the workforce or transfer on to earn your bachelor's degree. Lake Region State College. We change lives.
Apex Apparel is your quick turnaround apparel and promotional item shop in Grand Forks. If you're looking for direct-to-garment printing, embroidery work, or a huge selection of promotional items, come to Apex Apparel, your locally owned, family-run, quick turnaround apparel shop in Grand Forks.
Your family deserves clean, filtered water. High Plains Water offers Millennium Drink Water System, which delivers great-tasting water and also eliminates harmful impurities. Professionally installed and maintained by High Plains Water of Grand Forks. See them at highplainswater.com.
Rust, salt, and time are the biggest enemies for a fuel tank. Never fear, because Grand Forks Welding is here to take care of your enemies for you. We not only fix or patch your tanks, but we can custom fabricate any kind of replacement fuel tanks or service unit. Go to grandforkswelding.com.
If you've got an electrical emergency, call RBB Electric. We are your 24/7 electrician. Your call will always be answered by an RBB employee ready to help 24/7. RBB Electric is on time every time. Your time is valuable, and we don't waste it. RBB Electric always...
It's hard to explain what this feels like. We could try to put it into words, but nothing compares to experiencing it for yourself. You just have to get in the seat.
Visit True North Equipment at any of our 10 locations or at www.truenorthequipment.com. Big Jim's Tire is the area's #1 farm and ag tire supplier, and with harvest here, you want the best. Best tires, best service, and Big Jim's will get it done fast to get you moving again. Big Jim's Tire, Grand Forks. Welcome back to our coverage of American Legion baseball tonight on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, KNOX Live Sports this evening from Kraft Field and Oxford Sports Complex in Grand Forks. Ryan Cunningham with you here this evening. We are ready to go, bringing you another season of American Legion baseball. We're glad to have you with us tonight as we bring it to you with the opener between Grand Forks Post 6 and the Royals taking on the Fargo Post 400 Stars in a get-to-know-them type of game tonight. It will not be a conference matchup between these two, but we will see a handful of pitching changes throughout the course tonight, and we're definitely going to see a lot of players that are going to make some contributions in this one throughout the night as well. Let's take a look at our starting lineups for tonight's matchup, and our starting lineups are brought to you this evening by Franson Bank and Trust. Real people, real results, fransonbank.com. For Fargo Post 400 and the Stars, leading off is second baseman Matthew Bryant. Batting second, the center fielder Kane Matheson. Batting third is Caleb Christensen at short. Gus Pankratz will clean up in right field. Gus Weremeyer is at first base, batting fifth. Batting sixth will be Caden Newharth. He's the pitcher and designated hitter, which again you can do tonight because we're not playing with those American Legion rules. Batting seventh, Gunnar Majerus in left field. Batting eighth will be Caleb Blanchette behind the plate. And Ethan Dahl will bat ninth at third base tonight for Post 400. For Grand Forks Post 6 and the Royals this evening, leading off is center fielder Braden Brevik. Batting second is the first baseman Gabe Shaver. Batting third, Griffin Hoganson at short. And Alex Seaver will clean up and take the bump tonight for Post 400 as the starting pitcher. Batting fifth is Keegan Hensrud at second base. Batting sixth will be Ryan Rykow at third. Batting seventh, Caden Caden Tostenson. Batting eighth is David Larson behind the plate, and Cam Urian will bat ninth in right field this evening. Caden Newharth will get the start this evening for Fargo Post 400, and the Grand Forks Royals will go with Alex Seaver as the starting pitcher tonight for Grand Forks. So tonight we get ready for the start of another American Legion baseball season. We'll have it for you tonight here on KNOX Live Sports, and we're glad to have you with us here tonight. Joey, try to do a little tighter shot. Well, we were just able to get one of the lineups upstairs. As we mentioned, Fargo Post 400 didn't get here with a lot of time before games here tonight. They got here about 5:18 when they were coming into the parking lot, and so one of the lineup cards just made it upstairs. But nonetheless, we're ready to go. We're going to see Alex Seaver on the hill for the Grand Forks Royals, and stepping to the plate will be Matthew Bryant to lead things off for Fargo Post 400. We thank you for joining us tonight for our coverage of our pregame report, brought to you by Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales, also brought to you by True North Equipment and Signature Graphics and Apparel. Alex Seaver kicks and misses on a fastball in, and we are underway with baseball tonight officially at 6:03 this evening. Seaver takes a look at a 1-0 pitch to Matthew Bryant, and Bryant lines it down the right field line. That's a fair ball. Bryant perhaps looking at extra bases. He'll pull up as that ball was closed upon quickly by Cam Urian, but Matthew Bryant leads off with a single on the second pitch of the game. And a nice start for the Fargo Post 400 Stars to get this one going here this evening. Bryant swinging away at a 1-0 fastball and put it right where it needed to go down that first base line. So with a runner on, we will see Kane Matheson, the center fielder, another lefty coming to the play. Back-to-back lefties against righty Alex Seaver, and Matheson drives one down the right field line. That's going to fall and be all the way to the wall for extra bases. Bryant chugging into third. He'll hold up there. Matheson took a wide turn at second, perhaps expecting that Bryant will be waved around. He'll hold up for a double. And so back-to-back fastballs drilled down the right field line, and it's runners on second and third with nobody out for Fargo Post 400. Take a look at it again in the American Family Insurance Tyler Nagel Agency replay. Just a crisp piece of hitting here for Kane Matheson. Got one up in the zone and drove that deep into the corner, and then ends up bringing around a pair of runners to second and third, and the bases are definitely set, or the stage is set rather, for Fargo Post 400 offensively, as Caleb Christensen will come to the plate now for this Fargo Post 400 Stars American Legion team. A sent by Alex Seaver, a look towards third, and a fastball misses away. And the count is 2-0 on Caleb Christensen. We'll see if Alex Seaver can pitch himself out of a jam here for the Royals. Pitch on the way, fastball caught the outside corner for strike one. Our umpires tonight, Gabe Salander is calling the balls and strikes behind the plate. And Mike Lucasen is on the base paths this evening for this non-conference matchup tonight. A set by Alex Seaver, look towards third. And the 2-1 pitch, that's a foul ball that's off the mask of David Larson and back to the screen. That'll bring the count to 2 balls and 2 strikes. Nobody out here in the top of the first. A single for Matthew Bryant. Kane Matheson follows it with a 2-bagger. Both lefties pulling the baseball down the right field line to get started. And a quick threat for Fargo post 400 to start the ninth tonight. A set by Seaver at the buckle. And the 2-2 pitch. Ground ball up the middle. This one will trickle into center field for a base hit. Coming around is Bryant to score. Matheson will turn around third. He'll score without a play at the plate. It's a 2 RBI single for for Caleb Christensen for post 400. And that'll make it a 2-0 game in favor of the Stars. Another look at that of the American Family Insurance Tyler Nagel Agency replay, and the 3rd consecutive base hit to start the game for post 400, just right back up the middle, throwing the bat out at it and driving it up the box. And a lot of good things happen when you hit the ball up the middle, and now a ball gets away on a pickoff throw over at first base. A turn at second by Christensen. He's coming all the way to third, and this has been a really rough start for for Grand Forks post 6. So probably going to have to rule that an error, the first error of the game, as Gus Pankratz will come to the plate. But a runner now at third on a 2-base throwing error by the Royals. And Gus Pankratz will step up with the game already 2-0. It's a 9-inning game here tonight. The run advantage rule comes into play after 7. Pitch on the way to Pankratz, misses away. And Pankratz will bat with a 1-ball, no strike count. A look in by Seaver as a dangle away from third by Caleb Christensen, the 1-0. That one called a strike at the knees on the outside corner. The word on Alex Seaver was that he may not pitch for post 6 this year, but may play, and he's out there pitching right now, so he may be in fully committed on this thing. 1-1 pitch for a strike in the outside corner. And the count is a ball and 2 strikes. Alex, a great talent, has played in Minnesota, I believe, the last couple of years, but made the decision to come back and play here in Grand Forks this summer. We're going to love having him. The 1-2 pitch on the way to Pankratz, a curveball that's hit foul back behind the plate. The count remained a ball and 2 strikes. But right now, the Royals need an out. 76 degrees as we get this one started tonight. Cloudy skies, overcast, just a small threat of rain, but nonetheless, a threat of rain that's there. Another 1-2 pitch, missed away. The count will go to 2 balls and 2 strikes on the right fielder for Fargo post 400. 2 runs on 3 hits to start the game for Fargo post 400 and the Stars, including a double by Kane Matheson that so far is one of the big blows in the game. 2-2 pitch, high and away. That'll fill the count at 3 balls and 2 strikes. So 3 balls, 2 strikes on Gus Pankratz as the Royals look for their first out. Payoff pitch to him. Called strike 3. Got him on the outside corner. Down in the zone. Pankratz rung up. I think he felt like he had the walk worked, and that pitch just caught a spot. Low and away on Pankratz in the zone for the first out of the game, and Alex Seaver has his first strikeout of the night. Back to a left-handed swinger. Gus Weremeyer will come to the plate. The first 2 were lefties against Seaver tonight and did some damage to right field. A swing and a number foul down the third base line. And the count is no balls and a strike on Gus Weremeyer. As we mentioned, Matheson, Christensen, Pankratz, Weremeyer. There's a Weremeyer that will play off the bench tonight. I believe Blanchette, if I go back to the game I saw between Jamestown and Fargo Davies in the state high school tournament, those are all Davies names on this Stars team. 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Count no balls and 2 strikes. We're a handful of years removed now when post 400 came into the tournament, the number 8 seed of the State Legion tournament. Qualified for the next level, won that, went to the World Series. I believe they won a game, maybe 2 at the World Series, made a lot of noise at the end of the season, and people got pretty excited about baseball. The 0-2 pitch, a curveball away, and the count is a ball and 2 strikes. Obviously, we see the game up here. We don't see it like a lot of Fargo fans do, but there's something to the whole rivalry between post 2 and post 400. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, got him on strike 3. That was low and away. Weremeyer trying to defend the plate, ends up coming up empty. So a pair of back-to-back strikeouts here for Alex Seaver. And with the runner on third and 2 away, Seaver and out away from trying to stem the bleeding here from post 400 here in the top of the first inning. Caden Newharth, who will throw the pitches for post 400 when they go out to the field, takes a fastball on the outside corner for strike one. And we can talk more about the aspect between post 400 and post 2 throughout the course of the night. It seems like there's a couple of different cultures there. The 0-1, swing and a miss. Count 0-2. Looks like Seaver just took something off, a straight change. He's had a good fastball, but Seaver's been able to change speeds without a lot of breaking movement. He's been able to just make it look good. But taking something off on that straight change. 0-2 pitch. Fastball swung on, hit foul. Keeps the count at 0-2. Got a concession stand up and running tonight. Crowd's not a terrible crowd here. It's not a great night for weather, but they're kind of strung out as they usually are. Benches down each line, tables. The 0-2 pitch, swinging a foul back to the screen. Count remains 0-2 on Caden Newharth. Got the post 400 fans down the third base line to our left, and the post 6 fans down the first base line to our right. But the grandstand is pretty comfortable. I think more and more people tend to find it, especially on a sunny night when the roof is out. 0-2 pitch misses away. And the count will go to a ball and 2 strikes. We were talking about that during the state high school tournament. The roof itself, that gets overlooked here with all the amenities as far as the remodel that happened here at Kraft. The 1-2 pitch. Fastball got him swinging. Went up in the zone and found it. Cade Newharth goes around for strike 3. Seaver ends the inning with back-to-back-to-back strikeouts, but the damage done on 3 base hits to start the game. 2 runs, 3 hits, 1 left and an error. We've played a half inning. Your score, the Stars 2, the Royals coming to bat. This is our coverage of American Legion Baseball on the Rivards Turf and Forage, Grand Trailer Sales, Sports Network, and KNOX Live Sports.
Add a pop of color and excitement to your next celebration with Balloons by Misty. Their one-of-a-kind balloon design skills and creativity will make your event unforgettable. It's always a party at Balloons by Misty. Visit balloonsbymisty.com today.
Residents of the Midwest are known for being self-starters and getting the job done. But when it comes to electrical work, it's best to call a professional. Hi, this is Steve from Bergstrom Electric. It's true that there's a certain glory to accomplishing a task on your own, but it's our experience that not only will save you time, but also the headaches that go along with home improvement projects. A simple phone call to Bergstrom Electric can make all the difference. At Bergstrom Electric, the light does shine brighter.
It takes attention to detail. With your local Bryant dealer, you're getting someone who pays attention to the little things that make a big difference. And to keep your family cool this summer, it takes Bryant.
Connect with Thermal Air today, your Bryant certified dealer. Welcome back to our coverage of American Legion Baseball on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, KNOX Live Sports this evening. We come to you tonight from Kraft Field in the Oxford Sports Complex as we move to the bottom of the first inning. And a nice start for Fargo Post 400 tonight. They start the game with 3 consecutive base hits, including a double to get things really moving in the right direction and take a 2-0 lead at the end of that top half of the first. And the Royals will bat for the first time tonight as Braden Brevick, Gabe Shaver, my apologies, and Griffin Hoganson will come to the plate to lead things off for Grand Forks Post 6 and the Royals. They'll take on Caden Newharth, who will be the pitcher of record and also hit for himself as a designated hitter tonight. Now, that's one of the rules variations when you get into your league schedule. The American Legion at the AA level, which is an advancer, demands that you play with the league rules. How about that? A warm-up pitch just got stuck in Caleb Blanchette's glove. He has his glove off right now and walks halfway out to the pitcher's mound to flip the ball back to Newharth and then throws his catcher's mitt away and will end up having to go to the backup mitt. So that's an interesting set of variables for Post 400 as well. I mean, they are in an uphill climb. School still going on in Fargo today. Got here at about 5:18. Didn't take warm-ups on the field, just took ground balls off the foul line, and now the catcher's glove comes away. They lead it 2-0. Braden Brevick steps in for Post 6, and he'll take a pitch on the outside corner for strike 1. No balls and a strike on Braden Brevick. Starting in center field tonight for the Royals, the 0-1 pitch. That one misses low. I believe Brevik was a Grand Forks Central kid, if I'm not mistaken, back at the high school level, and he is a super senior, comes back after a year away from the high school game. The 1-1 pitch, swinging a ground ball towards third on a bat that sounded kind of strange. It's picked up at third by Ethan Dahl. His throw draws his defender off first base. Gus Wehrmeyer got the tag back on Brevik and is able to get the out. Ethan Dahl, long throw across the diamond, but was able to find Wehrmeyer in a spot where he could at least apply a tag after he was drawn off the base. It looked like he tried to come back to the bag, and he did not get there. So he was fortunate to be able to apply that tag, and out recorded as Gabe Shaver will come to the plate for post 6, a lefty, and he'll take one low for ball 1. As we mentioned in the pregame report tonight, two teams with different rhythms right now. Grand Forks out of school for about a week, didn't play in the state tournament, so coming back to the game, if you will. Fastball catches the outside corner on Shaver for a strike. Meanwhile, post 400, a lot of Davies names, so they were just here a week ago in the state tournament and just got out of school today. 1-1 to Shaver, swing and a miss. Got him with some heat upstairs, and the count is a ball and 2 strikes on the Royals' first baseman. And we'll be seeing a number of lineup changes throughout the night as well, which is worth mentioning. The 1-2 pitch, that one misses low. And a look into the pocket of the glove by Caleb Blanchette, the catcher, for post 400, to see whether or not the ball actually ended up in there after that situation in warmups where the ball got stuck right in the pocket of the glove. 2-2 pitch on the way to Shaver, low, and the count will go full. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Full count pitch coming up to Gabe Shaver, the number 2 man in the lineup for post 6. And the payoff to him. Swing and a ground ball up the middle. It's be rounded out too by Caleb Christensen, the shortstop. Good range, good throw, and he'll make the play. Shaver's out 6-3 for out number 2. That'll bring Griffin Hoganson to the plate for the Royals. Caleb Christensen making that look good at shortstop. In our pregame interview tonight, you heard from the head coach of the Royals, Nick Chine, about how teams come together all around the state and really become loaded teams, running the gauntlet, he called it, as Hoganson takes a strike for post 6. They do it in Grand Forks. They do it in Bismarck. Minot now as well. The 0-1 pitch on the way. That one called a strike on the outside corner. And we see Griffin Hoganson quickly down to the count. No balls and 2 strikes. 2 outs, bases empty in the inning. A look in by Caden Newhart. The 0-2 pitch, swinging a foul. Get back to the screen. And that will keep the count at no balls and 2 strikes. And an 0-2 pitch on the way. Curveball grounded, actually flown out towards right field, fairly deep, but right at Gus Pankratz, who was on a run into the gap to make the play. Saw a little mirage there when the ball went down. I saw white on the ground, but it was actually white in the air for Hoganson. He'll fly out to right field, and the Royals go away in order, nothing across in the bottom of the first inning. We played 1. Your score, the Stars 2, the Royals nothing. We continue with our coverage of American Legion Baseball next on the Rivards Turf and Forage, Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, and KNOX Live Sports. Since 1972, Jarrell's Sports Center and Hockey World has provided year-round sporting goods, apparel, and of course, hockey equipment and training tools. You'll also find they have a state-of-the-art skate sharpening machine to give you the edge you need for anything sports. Stop in to Jarrell's and Hockey World. When you need the right part for your pickup, head to Northwood or call Mike's Custom Truck. Amanda will drop ship any part you need. Turbos, upgraded fuel pumps, Edge products, and more. Mike's Custom Truck, 587-6335. Your local Circle K and Holiday Station stores are proud to support high school activities. Stop by the new Circle K location at 1316 South Washington Street for not only gas, but a wide array of hot and cold food, snacks for everyone, and a car wash. Open 24/7, 7 days a week. Welcome back to our coverage of American Legion Baseball on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, KNOX Live Sports. I was just corrected, and I probably should have known this, but at the same time, one of the things that we have to deal with when it comes down to baseball is the handwriting of our head coaches. And it's Gabe Shower. It is not Gabe Shaver. It is Gabe Shower. Now, we do our best with that handwriting that we get, and sometimes it isn't always great, but we do the best we can. Leading off the top of the second for post 400 is Gunnar Majerus, and Majerus will take one for a ball. The count will go to a ball and no strikes. Alex Seaver is going to go out for another inning of work for Grand Forks. Misses low. And Majera stands ready. 1-0 pitch is grounded right side. Long run. Hensrud a dive, knocks it down, keeps it in front. Throws over to first and got the out. Heck of a play for Keegan Hensrud to get over and get to that one in the American Family Insurance Tyler Nagel Agency replay. Keegan Hensrud, a youngster, staying with this thing. Ground ball to the right side. That's deep in the hole. The dive didn't pick it cleanly, but he had the presence of mind to keep it in front of him, pick it up off the ground, and use the time available to come up with a key out to lead off the second inning. Caleb Blanchette will stand in and take one away for ball one. So Majerus is out to the second baseman to start the second. And now Caleb Blanchette, the catcher, steps in. And the 1-0 pitch just misses outside. And the count is 2 balls and no strikes. On the catcher for Fargo, post 400. And the 2-0 pitch on the way. Called a strike, inner half. That'll bring the count to 2 balls and a strike on Caleb Blanchette. Seaver taking a look in once again. The kick and the 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Count will go to 2 balls and 2 strikes. Our umpires tonight have been at this for a long time. Gabe Salander was umpiring with him when he was just a rookie coming into the umpiring group, and he's had a lot of experience since then. And Mike Lucasen, well-respected official, hockey, baseball, and, of course, is a coach as well over on the east side of the river when he's not wearing the umpire's uniform. 3-2 pitch on the way, and a swing and a foul off the bat of Blanchette. It'll remain 3 balls and 2 strikes. Base is empty after post 400 started the top of the first with 3 consecutive hits, including a double by Kane Matheson. 3-2 pitch missed outside for ball 4, and Seaver a little frustrated. Steps off the mound to his left after surrendering his first walk tonight. Trying to locate that outside corner and just missing it. We'll see a courtesy runner coming into the game now for post 400.
Courtesy runner, number 12,
Alex Christofferson will come in and run for Caleb Blanchette. So Christofferson comes into the game to run. And again, another one of those things that you can do when you're in this situation of playing without the American League rules. They don't allow for courtesy runners up at the next level. American Legion Baseball that's advancing does play with the American League rules, straight Major League Baseball. Ethan Dahl steps in and will take a pitch for a strike. Count 0-1 on Ethan Dahl. Got a text message now about Shower as well. I swear to you on that lineup card, that was a V. That was not a U, that was a V. I've even got somebody in the press box shaking their head in the affirmative. That was not a U, that was a V. 0-1 pitch misses away, and the count levels up 1 ball, 1 strike. And you can say, well, shouldn't you know? You see these guys in other sports, and you do until the super senior, the transfer. Legion Baseball just doesn't translate football to basketball or football to hockey or things of that nature. So sometimes you have to guess at this thing. The 1-1 on the way. Dahl swings and misses. Good fastball from Alex Seaver. And the count is a ball and 2 strikes on Ethan Dahl, the third baseman for post 400. This will mark the first time through the order for post 400 tonight. They lead it 2-0 on our all-true scoreboard. Pick over to first base, and that will force Caleb Blanchette, or rather Alex Christofferson, running for him to dive back into the bag head first. Looks like the Royals are aware that Christofferson has some speed, and Christofferson has a pretty good lead at first base as well. 1-2, check swing. Dahl holds up. Pitch misses outside. And that'll bring the count to 2 balls and 2 strikes as Seaver steps behind the pitcher's plate and tries to recenter here a little bit. Been a bit of a long night for Alex thus far. A couple of balls hit in the corner to start the game. Gave up a couple of runs in the first. 2-2 pitch misses away, and this one gets away from David Larson. Blanchette will move on to second base on what will be a wild pitch. That was going to be tough for Larson to get to. It looked like Alex, in kind of a frustrated situation, overthrew a fastball and missed his mark well away. So the count now full on Ethan Dahl at 3-2. Look back at second base by Seaver. Another check. Payoff pitch. Swinging a slapper foul to the right side. It remains 3 balls and 2 strikes. At the advancing level, which is the AA level and maybe the A level, they might be able to go to the regional tournament nowadays as well. You still got to play with that American Legion rulebook. Another payoff pitch on the way. Curveball got him swinging. Ethan Dahl was down on strikes for the second out of the inning. And the fourth strikeout tonight for Alex Seaver, and that's going to bring Matthew Bryant back to the plate. In the COVID year, when American Legion did not sponsor baseball, a lot of the levels reverted back to the high school rules, and the Class B teams around the region, when the American Legion came back, said, if you want to come back, we'll let you. Swinging a ground ball towards second, but you're going to play our rules. More on that in a bit as Keegan Hensrud picks up a ground ball on the right side from Matthew Bryant and flips over to first base for the out. And we'll see post 400 kept off the scoreboard in their half of the second inning. No runs, no hits, one left. An inning and a half in the books here tonight at Kraft Field, and your score remains the Stars 2, the Royals nothing. This is our coverage of American Legion Baseball on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network and KNOX Live Sports. In Grand Forks and Grafton carries the equipment and parts on hand to make your farming operation run smooth. They carry all major brands like Honeybee, Alloway, Amity, Artex, Hardy, Capello, Monosem, Pickett, Wilrich, and Black Ace. So whether you're trading in, buying, or just need parts, go to ProAgEquip.com to see everything ProAg has to offer.
You've been waiting for a chance to do something that matters, something big without a big price tag. Welcome to Northland Community and Technical College. Here you can have a big impact on a small campus, in classrooms that mirror today's workplace, with instructors who teach from experience and know you by name. You've been waiting for a place like this. Are you ready?
Welcome back to our coverage of American Legion Baseball on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network. KNOX Live Sports tonight from Kraft Field, Oxford Sports Complex. As we move along with our matchup between the Post 400 Stars and the Grand Forks Royals this evening, Post 400 will get ready to take the ball back to the bump, and it looks like they will make a pitching change first here tonight. And we were expecting this throughout the course of the night, as a lot of pitching changes were expected to be had in this one here this evening. So not a surprise to us at all that we would see one early. This is going to be Joe Gould that will come into the matchup. So Joe Gould will step onto the bump tonight for Post 400, and will pitch the bottom of the second, facing the middle third for the Royals. Alex Seaver, Keegan Hensrud, and Ryan Rykow that will come to the plate for the Royals. And Gould, right now, interestingly enough, seems to be throwing with his left hand and is also catching with his left hand. This is interesting. Gould has the glove held against his midsection with his right hand. He'll pitch left-handed, but apparently he's going to field the ball with his left hand and put the glove on if it's hit back to him. Alex Seaver stands in, curveball, call the strike at the inside corner, slow curve. And the count is no balls and a strike on Alex Seaver. Every once in a while you'll see an athlete do this, where if they've got an injury or a disability with one arm, they'll use just one all the way around for both. Seaver swings and drives one to deep center field. Kane Matheson back after, but this ball hangs in the air, and Seaver will fly out to center field for the first out of the game, or actually first out of the second for Grand Forks and the Royals. That'll bring Keegan Hensrud to the plate. I saw a tennis player do something similar years ago, where there was a deformity on the right arm, and so the tennis racket would be tucked beneath an arm. You'd throw the ball up with the left arm, then transfer the racket to the left hand and serve that way, and just keep playing that way all the way through as a pitch is taken for a strike by Keegan Hensrud. However, in that situation, you're going to play with the racket all the way through one hand. You don't have to catch the ball. So what Joe Gould is doing, a little bit different. Hensrud ready, no balls and a strike. The 0-1 pitch, curveball got him swinging. 0-2. Joe Gould with a slow curveball that can kind of fool you a little bit. It's hung in the air a couple of times, and it's a tantalizing target until there's some late break in that pitch coming in a little bit later. Gould will set. Now time is called. Hensrud wants to reset. Keegan had a really nice defensive play for the Royals back in the last half inning. A dive into the hole between first and second. Didn't pick the ball cleanly, but kept it in front of him. Presence of mind to pick it up, throw a man out. High fastball away. The count is a ball and 2 strikes on Hensrud. Keegan several times this year in the Central season was named their player of the game for various contributions. Had a great trip to Sioux Falls. Curveball on 1-2, grounded to third. Charged on 2 hops by Ethan Dahl. He'll throw into the turf, but it's picked over at first base. And the out recorded, and that'll bring up the second out of the inning as Hensrud grounds out for out number 2. Gus Weremeyer still over at first base, making a pretty clean pick of that matchup. And here's Ryan Rykow that will come to the plate for post 6. And I thought Rykow was really one of the stories for Red River throughout the course of the year as Gould delivers a curveball, misses away for ball 1. Rykow might have struggled to get into the everyday lineup if a healthy Xander Wayne was there for Red River, but he did. And we saw him hit the ball extremely well just about every time we came out to the yard this year. The 1-0 pitch, a curveball for a strike. And the count 1 ball, 1 strike. Very patient hitter. He went deep in counts when we saw him and still had good swings and never really seems to get cheated at the plate. The 1-1 pitch. Curveball, he hits it in the air to right center field. This is in a gap. Back after it. Pankratz, he's not going to find it. Rykow's on his way to second base. Rykow taking a long look, but he'll hold up there. And post 6 has a runner to work with here in their half of the second inning. Well, we just talked about it. Rykow had a great season hitting the baseball for Red River. That time found one up on a curveball that he could hit and sent it over the head of Kane Matheson off the wall in right center field. And it's a 2-bagger with 2 outs as post 6 tries to cut into the Stars' 2-0 lead here in the second inning. Pickoff move, and we'll see Rykow dive back in. Scoreboard updates are brought to you by All True. Regular screenings with All True's care team can detect illness before symptoms begin. Stay in the game of wellness. Schedule an appointment. Visit alltrue.org or call 780-5000. Swinging a foul by Caden Tostenson back to the screen. And it's 0-1 on the left fielder for post 6. 2-0 on that All True scoreboard in favor of the post 400 Stars. A look back in the 0-1 pitch. Curveball misses away. Count level 1 ball, 1 strike on Tostenson. In the bottom third now of the order for the Royals, and we'll see if their bottom third of the order can produce, deliver something good. Try to cut into this post 400 lead. Set by Gould, the 1-1 pitch, high and deep to left center field, actually left field rather towards the corner, but that one's going to drift into the bullpen. Well, Tostenson gave it a ride. Got all over that pitch and just ends up yanking it. That'll bring the count to a ball and 2 strikes. That's the point where you say to your pitcher, just a long strike. That's all it turned out to be, and you try to get him to take a deep breath and try again. A set, a look back at second base. Rykow is short lead, and the 1-2 offering. Curveball just missed high. That pitch tough to lay off of. Looked like it came in above the zone, finished well. Just missed at the plate on Tostenson. Count level 2-2. Look back by Gould again. Another check of the runner at second base. And the 2-2 pitch. Another curveball. That one got him. Strike 3. Froze him. Broke over the outside corner. Not a lot of argument you can make about that one. The first strikeout for Joe Gould this evening. And we'll see post 6 strand a runner out on second base. No runs, a hit. 1 left through 2. Your score on the All True scoreboard. The Stars 2. The Royals nothing. Our pauses in the matchup tonight brought to you by our friends at Big Jim's Tire, your #1 supplier of ag tires in the region, and also brought to you this evening by Apex Apparel, your hometown quick turnaround promotional shop, family owned in Grand Forks. We're back with more next on the Rivard's Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network.
Need seed, think Proseed. Proseed.net.
Grand Trailer Sales in East Grand Forks is your go-to spot for enclosed utility, flatbed, and dump trailers in the Red River Valley. They have the biggest selection on hand of trailers with great pricing. If you're looking for parts, service, or simply to buy, trade, or rent a trailer, stop into East Grand Forks. GrandTrailersales.com.
Welcome back to our coverage of American Legion Baseball on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, KNOX Live Sports. We'll see Grand Forks and the Royals go to their bullpen for the first time tonight, as Griffin Hoganson will come in from shortstop to pitch for the Royals. So again, we expected this. A number of pitching changes throughout the course of the night, and we'll see one here. So Griffin Hoganson comes in to replace Alex Seaver in the pitcher's position. It'll be a straight change. Seaver will go back to shortstop, where he played throughout the course of the high school season. So Seaver back in the shortstop spot. Griffin Hoganson will come on to pitch the third. And Kane Matheson will step into the box to lead things off in the top of the third for post 400 in a 2-0 matchup. And the pitch to him is a fastball for a strike on the outside corner. The count, no balls and a strike. Hoganson back up on the bump. Taking a look in for a sign. He's got one, and the 0-1 pitch. That one laced towards second. Hensrud a couple of steps to his right to make the play, and throws on to first base for the out. Matheson grounds out to second for the first out of the third. And Caleb Christensen due up for the Stars with one out here in the third. There are some names, obviously, that we'll be waiting to see. Matt Dosh is not catching tonight. And he's got the capability of pitching, catching, playing shortstop, but his role could change a little bit. Xander Wayne, I don't believe he was on the lineup card tonight. And swinging a high fly ball to left field off the bat of Christensen. Tostenson waiting for it and left. It'll come down, and Tostenson has it for the second out. 2 up, 2 down for post 400 in a quickly moving top half of the third inning. And looking at the subs, Xander Wayne is on the lineup card tonight for the Royals. Dealt with an injury throughout the course of the high school season, and so not sure how ready he would be to play tonight as Gus Pankratz comes to the plate. For the Stars, Hoganson taking a look in an efficient third inning that Hoganson's having. He delivers a fastball top into the zone for strike one. 2-0, Fargo post 400 on the All-Tree scoreboard here in the top half of the third inning. And the 0-1 pitch. Hard shot left side, base hit for Gus Pankratz. Be the fourth hit of the night for Fargo post 400. A crisp 2-out single to keep things moving. And Gus Weremeyer will come to the plate now for the Stars. So Gus Weremeyer on his way to the plate as post 400 tries to make a little 2-out noise in their half of the third inning. Runner away from first base. A look over that way by Hoganson, who dips that front shoulder. And the pitch, a strike on the inside corner to Weremeyer. Weremeyer, a strikeout victim. 1 of 4 for Alex Seaver to start the night tonight. Seaver, a tough start, but ended up having a pretty good finish to the night after he found his groove. But those first 3 men that reached consecutively on base hits shook him up a little bit. The 0-1 pitch, missed low. Count levels up, 1 ball, 1 strike. We take a look at our Vegan Construction look into the game. Designers, builders, and engineers. It was a single for Matt Bryan, a double for Kane Matheson, and a single for Caleb Christensen that brought in a couple of runs. 2 lefties drilled the ball to the right field corner. Extra bases for Matheson. 2-0 lead before Gus Pankratz struck out. Since then, the Royals have been equal to the task as far as the pitching and defensive part of the game. 1-1 pitch to Gus Weremeyer, high and away. That'll bring the count to 2 balls and a strike on Weremeyer. 2-out base runner at first base is Gus Pankratz. Take a look at Pankratz's lead, as this would be a spot where if you're going to look to take a bag, you might try, and there's a pickoff move that's close over at first base. With the newly identified Gabe Schauer over at first base taking in the ball from pitcher Griffin Hoganson. But a good lead again over at first base by Pankratz. 2-1 pitch. Lifted high in the air, foul onto the parking lot behind us. And the count will go to 2 balls and 2 strikes. Again, with 2 outs in the inning. Middle of the order due up here. If you were head coach Don Bryant, you might think about trying to grab a base here for free to keep the production moving, if that was in your repertoire with your runner at first base. Pankratz a lead. 2-2 pitch. Breaking pitch hit foul. Just fought off by Weremeyer to get a piece. And the count remains 2-2. It's a very still night. Just a little bit of a light breeze this evening. Not so much that you'd notice anything. Again, a hint of rain, but most of that threat of rainfall was going to be to the south of this area. It looks like we're going to stay dry throughout the night. Hoganson a check of the runner. 2-2 pitch. Hit foul again. Back to the screen. Weremeyer climbing the ladder a little bit. That pitch was up, but was in the vicinity of the top of the strike zone, and Weremeyer had to defend the plate, so he came up on it, was able to get a piece. Still 2-2. Pankratz leads away from from first base. And Griffin Hoganson taking a lot of time to look at him across the way. 2-2 pitch, curveball high in the air, left field may be playable. Tostenson, long run, it drops in front of the line for a base hit. Tostenson doesn't handle it cleanly, and with 2 outs, Pankratz is running all the way. He's going to end up at third, and Gus Weremeyer will have a 2-out single to put runners on the edges for post 400 here in the 3rd inning and bring Caden Newharth to the plate. Newharth stays in the game. He was taken out of the pitcher's position, but as we mentioned, was hitting for himself as his own designated hitter, which is a high school rule. We were talking about that during the COVID year when the American Legions did not offer baseball. A number of communities came together and funded baseball themselves back in 2020, and they reverted to the high school rules for participation purposes because they didn't have to follow any American Legion rules. Fastball lifted high in the air, right side, foul territory. Long look by Gabe Schauer. That will drift out of play. And so when the American Legion came back in, the Class B or smaller schools said, we're not playing that way. And we will continue to do this ourselves, or you're going to allow us to play with the high school rules that we're comfortable with. And the American Legion said, okay, but if you're an advancer, then you've got to play with the American Legion rules, and AA is an advancer to a World Series. The 0-1 pitch, high and foul, back behind the plate. Newharth getting it off the handles, and it's no balls and 2 strikes. And so that's why now at the small school level, you see more of the high school rules coming into place at that point, where teams have the opportunity to bat for anybody in their lineup. The pitcher can be a DH, so if they're taken out of the pitcher's position, they can still hit. The 0-2 pitch is up and over catcher David Larson. It comes right back to him off the back screen. It'll be a wild pitch as Weremeyer is going to be able to advance, but the fortunate hop off the back screen back to the plate keeps Pankratz down at third. The count now, a ball and 2 strikes on Newharth. Newharth a strikeout victim to Alex Seaver his first time up. The 1-2, fastball away. Crowd trying to will that one on to be a strike, but it looked like it missed off the plate. Count levels up, 2 balls and 2 strikes on Newharth. 2 in scoring position for post 400 here in the 3rd, a 2-out rally. The 2-2 pitch, curveball got him swinging, strike 3. Newharth over the top of it. Nice pitch to go back to for Griffin Hoganson. And the Royals will get out of a jam after back-to-back 2-out base hits. Will be stranded, and that's 6 runners that have been stranded now. My apologies, that is not 6 runners that have been stranded. That's 4 runners that have been stranded by post 400 in the first 3 innings of work here tonight. Your score on the All True scoreboard remains the Stars 2 and the Royals nothing. This is our coverage of American Legion baseball on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, KNOX Live Sports, and we're back with more in a moment.
Picture yourself at Lake Region State College. With faculty and staff here to help you succeed, we know you by name. Picture your success as you get hands-on ready for the workforce or transfer on to earn your bachelor's degree. Lake Region State College. We change lives.
It's hard to explain what this feels like. We could try to put it into words, but nothing compares to experiencing it for yourself. You just have to get in the seat.
Visit True North Equipment at any of our 10 locations or at www.truenorthequipment.com.
Signature Graphics in East Grand Forks is your one-stop shop for all your branding and design needs. From embroidery, vinyl wrapping, laser print, and more, fully customized from start to finish, all in-house. Signature Graphics. We craft your vision. You watch it come to life.
Welcome back to our coverage of American Legion Baseball on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, KNOX Live Sports. Looks like there will be another pitching change coming up here for the 400 Stars. And again, not a surprise. We expected this. Colston Sen is going to be our new pitcher for post 400. And the way that they've set up their lineup tonight, it seems like what post 400's game plan may be here with slight changes would be to run through their pitcher's position, and then their position players largely going to stay the same until later in the game. That's why Caden Newharth was his own designated hitter, but 3 innings, 3 pitchers for post 400. David Larson will lead things off for the Royals here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. A 2-0 lead in favor of post 400. And post 6 looking for their first production of the night. Larson stands in to face Colston Sen. And the pitch, Larson hits it high in the air to left field towards the corner, looks to be near the line, and just over the line in fair territory, Gunnar Majerus will reach up and make the catch for out number 1. Larson hit that a mile high, drifting towards foul territory, but hung up right above the line, and at the end, as Gunnar Majerus made that catch, it appeared that ball had stayed fair. But David Larson will fly out for out number 1, and Cam Irian will come to the plate for the Royals, and he'll take a pitch for a strike. 0-1 on Cam Irian, the right fielder for the Royals. And rounding out the first trip through the order tonight for post 6, the 0-1 pitch to him. Irian will take that one on the outside corner for strike 2. Count, no balls and 2 strikes. So Colston Sen stepping in to doing the pitching for post 400. He gets one past Irian up high for strike 3. Irian swinging through it. And Sen has a strikeout to his night. Only 2 strikeouts so far tonight for the Royals. Their first trip through the order, but 2 up, 2 down. Let's get those outs on the scoreboard for you. And with 2 outs and nobody aboard, Braden Brevik will come to the plate for the Royals. And the first pitch to Brevik, a curveball for strike 1, drops in nicely. Brevik 0 for 1 of the game with a ground out to third, his first time up. Sen stands up on the hill, takes a look in, and the 0-1 pitch to Brevik, another curveball that misses in the turf. Count levels up at 1 ball and 1 strike. Good to see the numbers back in the Grand Forks program. The Blues won the state tournament last year at the A level. 1-1 pitch on the way. Here's a line shot up the middle on the ground. That's a base hit for Braden Brevik. 2-out single for Braden Brevik for Grand Forks, and the Royals have another 2-out base runner to work with. And some speed on the base paths here for Nick Chine to work with as well, as Gabe Schauer will come to the plate. Down 2, looking for a run here in the 3rd. And your center fielder is the man that's standing on first base with 2 outs, and we'll see if Brevik is thinking about dancing as Schauer will come to the plate, a ground out victim to the shortstop, his first time up tonight. Sen sets at the chest, and an off-speed pitch for strike 1 on the outside corner. But the Blues with 18 players in their group this year, and we understand it's about 16 for the Royals, and really good numbers as a move back over to first base will chase Brevik back to the bag. A couple of years ago, this Royals team was basically the Blues playing Double-A Legion baseball, 15-year-olds against 19-year-olds almost every night as a pitch misses away and the count levels 1 ball, 1 strike. And you just kind of knew that some of those core players were coming together, and they would take their lumps, but they would have their moments, and they've been added to. The 1-1 pitch down low. The count will go to 2 balls and a strike on Gabe Schauer. 2-0 Stars here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. But it's good to see baseball kind of bouncing back here in Grand Forks, especially after the success of the Blues a year ago. Try to keep that momentum going in the right direction. 2-1 pitch. Missed inside. The count will go to 3 balls and a strike on Gabe Shower. Well, if Sin loses Shower here, you've got Hoganson, Seaver coming up next with 2 outs and multiple runners aboard. And we'll see if Grand Forks can find a knock to make some noise here. Set of the chest, 3-1 pitch. That misses away. Ball 4. Breivik on to second base. The Royals don't have to steal a bag to put a runner in scoring position. That's the first walk that has been issued to a post-6 hitter tonight. But 2 aboard with 2 outs, and here comes Griffin Hoganson. Hoganson, a fly out to right field his first time up in a big spot here in the 3rd. Team trailing 2-0. Could use his bat here. A set by Sen. A look back, the pitch to Hoganson. Misses low for ball 1. Sen a long look into the dugout. May have thought that he had the bottom of the zone there. Looked like he missed it low. Hoganson trying to loosen up at the plate. Ready. Sen sets at the chest. 1-0 pitch to Hoganson. Breaking pitch. 12-6 break for a strike. Count levels up, 1 ball, 1 strike. Hoganson stands ready. Sen sets at the chest, the 1-1. Breaking pitch grounded weakly towards 3rd. A hesitation, then a charge by Ethan Dahl. Throw across the diamond, not in time. And the bases will be loaded with Royals. On to 3rd, Breivik. On to 2nd, Shower. Griffin Hoganson will reach on an infield hit. You'll see the hesitation here on the American Family Insurance Tyler Nagel Agency replay. There was a moment where Ethan Dahl just hung up on this ball. Right there, he stopped, then started again. Not sure what the hang-up was about, but it perhaps costs post 400 an out here. The bases are loaded for Alex Seaver, and Seaver will take one high for ball 1. So sacks full of Royals in the bottom of the 3rd. They trail by 2. And the cleanup hitter at the plate, the 1-0 pitch. Seaver swings and hits it foul behind the grandstand. 1 ball, 1 strike for Alex Seaver. Seaver flew out to center field. His first time up, that was leading off the 2nd inning. Seaver stands ready, runners their leads from every base. A set by Colston Sen. The 1-1 to Seaver, breaking pitch, caught the outside corner for strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Seaver. Big moment in the game once again. Bases full. A 1-2 count on Alex Seaver. Good bat at the plate. Royals looking for offense. Santa set, the 1-2 pitch. Breaking pitch misses low and away. Caleb Blanchette lunging out to his right to block that ball and keep it close. Count now level at 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2 balls, 2 strikes, the 2-2 pitch. Seaver swings lines 1 to center. On the run, Matheson. He dives and can't get to it. It'll get behind him. Matheson picks it up. 1 run is in. Another will score. Trying to score, Hoganson. Throw to the plate. Got him out in front of home plate. Hoganson has gunned down trying to score, but the Royals will tie the baseball game on Seaver coming up with a single to bring him around, and Hoganson is thrown out at the plate. Big play for Griffin Hoganson coming to the plate. Empty, but Braden Breivik and Gabe Shower will score, and the Royals get a couple of runs back at the end of the 3rd. 2 runs will end up coming across on 2 base hits. There was 1 runner left on base, and we played 3 full. And your new score on the All True scoreboard after 3, the Royals 2, the Stars 2. This is our coverage of high school baseball on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network and KNOX Live Sports.
Your family deserves clean, filtered water. High Plains Water offers Millennium Drink Water System, which delivers great tasting water and also eliminates harmful impurities. Professionally installed and maintained by High Plains Water of Grand Forks. See them at highplainswater.com.
When you're in pain, you need more than just a doctor. You need a problem solver. Count on All True Orthopedics and Sports Medicine and get back to what moves you.
Big Jim's Tire is the area's #1 farm and ag tire supplier, and with Harvest here, you want the best. Best tires, best service, and Big Jim's will get it done fast to get you moving again. Big Jim's Tire, Grand Forks. We welcome you back to our coverage of American Legion Baseball on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, KNOX Live Sports. Griffin Hoganson back out to the pitcher's position now in a tie ball game. The end of the inning, American Family Insurance, Tyler Nagel Agency replay. Alex Seaver with the bases loaded sends a pitch out to center field. Long run for Kane Matheson. He can't get there on a dive. It gets behind him. That allows a pair of runs to score for the Royals. And the Royals tie things up at 2 apiece as we get ready to go to the 4th inning. Gunnar Majerus set to lead things off for post 400 against Griffin Hoganson, who will go into his 2nd inning of work that he has here tonight. And Hoganson in 1 inning, giving up a couple of base hits, having to strand a couple of runners at 2nd and 3rd at the end of the last inning before being able to work out of the jam. And we'll get ready to rock and roll as Gunnar Majerus will step to the plate. The first pitch from Hoganson. Curveball laced out to short center field, and Majerus is on board with a leadoff single to start the 4th inning. So a good piece of hitting by Gunnar Majerus right off the bat as he's able to come up with a shot to center field. And a 1-out base runner, rather a leadoff base runner here at the top of the 4th for post 400. So post 400, now in a newly tied ball game, looking to jump back up on top. Caleb Blanchette will come to the plate. A set by Hoganson, checking that runner. Runner goes, pitch is swung on and lifted foul to the right, not a play. Gunnar Majerus, the left fielder, so going to have a little bit of speed. Doesn't strike you as a guy that's going to run, but in that situation, post 400, getting aggressive on the offense, putting on the hit and run. And that'll bring it to a no-ball, 1-strike count. Blanchette worked a walk his first time up back in the 2nd inning tonight. A decent lead, but not a threatening lead by Majerus over at first base. The 0-1 pitch, bunt is shown and laid up the third base line. This is a good bunt, charged at third by Rykow. Barehanded play, and it evades the catch of Gabe Schauer at first and gets up the line. Coming to third is Majerus. He's going to be held up there. Majerus probably didn't have all the momentum towards third that he was looking for. He'll hold up at third base. It looked like he thought for sure he was just going to be standing there. And Blanchette's going to reach on an error that'll be charged to the third baseman, Ryan Rykow. It'll end up being at least one bag. It looks like it'll just be one. And, boy, watching Blanchette come off the field, it looks like he might have tweaked something as he comes off the field. He's not running strongly on his way off. So Christofferson, I believe, will come back in to run. And Ethan Dahl will come to the plate. Runners will be at the corners for post 400 with nobody out in the 4th inning. Ethan Dahl stands ready. Runner goes. Pitch is swung through for a strike. Pegged to second base. They got him at second base, but he's under the tag. The ball beat him there. Tag applied by Seaver. And underneath the tag is the call, I believe. Correction, the tag was applied by Keegan Hensrud. And the call's going to be underneath the tag. Mike Lucasen making the call. Nick Chine comes out of the dugout to ask about the call. Does not cross the foul line. And Christofferson will swipe second. So now runners at 2nd and 3rd for the Stars. Still nobody out. A no-ball, 1-strike pitch to Ethan Dahl. And this becomes a big at-bat now. The number 9 hitter at the plate. And Hoganson needs to get an out here with runners on 2nd and 3rd and nobody out. Leaves a pitch up for ball 1. The count is a ball and no strikes. You've got the top of the order coming up. Multiple runners on. And to give yourself a chance, you just can't afford to lose Ethan Dahl, who struck out back in the 2nd inning against Royals starter Alex Seaver. A look by Hoganson at 2nd, the 1-1 pitch. Check swing, pitch is high. 2 balls and a strike. More baseball coming up on Monday night here at Kraft Field at Oxford Sports Complex. It'll be Dickinson coming to town. Those count in the lead that night. The Rough Riders in first place in the league. 2-1 pitch, check swing high. Count now 3 balls and a strike. Dickinson with a sweep over Mandan to get things started this season. No one else has played in the league yet. No one will till next week. 3-1 pitch out of the windup. Called a strike on the inside corner. Hoganson needed that pitch. Count now 3 balls, 2 strikes. It's full. So an action pitch coming up and a big battle pitch here for Hoganson for the Royals and Dahl for 400. 3-2 pitch. High in the air, slapped foul to the right side. That was just a good defensive swing by Dahl. Probably a 50-50 pitch, may have been out of the zone. But a good piece of hitting by the number 9 guy in the order to defend on something that's close and keep himself alive. That's good offensively minded baseball. 3-2 curveball grounded towards third. This time gloved cleanly by Rykow. He'll check his runner at third and then throw across the diamond for the out, and Ethan Dahl is out number 1. And that's a nice defensive play by Rykow, who had the presence of mind to look over at third and check that runner and keep him there before throwing across the diamond and still putting enough on it to get over to first base on time and get the out on Ethan Dahl. So 1 out, and now back to the top of the order, Matt Bryant, who started the game with a single. He'll swing on a Hoganson fastball and nub it foul behind the plate. And it's no balls and a strike on Matt Bryant. Bryant, a single and a run scored back in the first. He grounded out to second. The middle infield is back. They'll surrender a run for the out here in the 4th inning. The 0-1 pitch is high and away. And Bryant will see the count even at 1 ball, 1 strike. Good lefty, pulled the ball down the right field line his first time up. The 1-1 pitch from Hoganson. Inside outed towards left and shallow. Tostenson coming on to make the play. May not be deep enough to tag. A throw to the plate. David Larson goes down to a knee to get it. And Tostenson coming in, able to make the catch and hold the runner for out number 2 as Bryant will fly out to left field. Big play for Tostenson, leaving himself some room to get a good running start towards the plate on a potential throw, and was able to hold the runner at third base in the form of Majerus. 2 away. Kane Matheson steps in, and a pitch gets away from David Larson trying to backhand a fastball away. A look at moving to the plate by Majerus. He'll hold up there, and the count is a ball and no strikes. So 2 on at second and third without the benefit of an out in the inning, and now we've seen the Royals battle back to get a couple of outs. Tough ground ball out. A fly ball out to left field that keeps a runner from tagging. Matheson stands in 1-0, and he'll bloop one on the infield right at Alex Seaver, and the Royals are going to get out of the jam. Matheson pops out to shortstop, and that's a big moment in the game. Runners on second and third with nobody out, and 400 fails to score. No runs, a hit and an error, 2 left. We've played 3.5. Your score here at Kraft Field on the All True scoreboard is the Stars 2 and the Royals 2. This is our coverage of American Legion Baseball on the Rivards Turf and Forage, Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, and KNOX Live Sports. We're back with more in a moment.
Spray Advantage of Grand Forks carries everything you need for the chemical and fertilizer application on your farm. They have pumps, tips, and tanks from 3 gallons all the way up to 10,000 gallons on hand. They can help with parts and accessories for the fertilizer and tillage equipment on your farm too. Go to sprayadvantage.com.
Open all year round to the public, Eagles Crest offers space for holiday parties and family get-togethers. And of course, daily specials, appetizers, and all your favorites, including Sunday brunch buffets. Come in for the view and delicious meals at Eagles Crest Grill. As guys, we all love our trucks. That's why Toys for Trucks is your headquarters for all things truck. They carry an amazing selection of rims and tires, plus floor mats, tonneau covers, hitches, plows, and even Excalibur remote car starters for any car, truck, or SUV. And the best part? They can install everything for your truck right at their location. Stop out at Toys for Trucks in Grand Forks to customize your ride, or check them out at toysfortrucks.com.
Our changeovers tonight are brought to you by Apex Apparel, your hometown quick turnaround, family-owned promotional goods store in Grand Forks. You can find them on Demers, and brought to you by Big Jim's Tire, your #1 supplier of ag tires in the region. Ashton Reines will go to the hill for Fargo Post 400 tonight. So Reines will take the 4th inning for the Royals. Again, 4 innings, 4 pitchers, and that was the game plan for 400 tonight, just to get through their pitching staff. They wanted to see who they were going to have. It's a non-league game. We are tied at 2 as we go to the bottom of the 4th. And Keegan Hensrud will lead things off for the Grand Forks Royals. A ground out to third his first time up. Reines will deliver. And a swing and a ground ball. 1 hopper right back to him off the bat of Hensrud. Reines will run it about 3/4 of the way to first base and then flip for the out. And Hensrud, an aggressive swing on the first offering to him back up the middle, is out number 1 here in the 4th. Ryan Rykow will come to the plate. Rykow, a big knock with a double back in the 2nd inning. He was later stranded 1 for 1 tonight. Made a good defensive play and a ground ball in the last half inning to keep a runner at third. And he'll take one low and away for ball 1. That ground ball out that Rykow had, that's overlooked in a lot of baseball manuals to check the runner at third when it's at you. The 1-1 pitch misses away. And the reason why we say that is because the ball wasn't right at Rykow. It was to his left. You've got to basically turn your back on the runner at that point, then turn back and address him before you throw to first base. 2-0 pitch to Rykow, misses away. Count goes to 3-0. When you have that movement in your body, first of all, you're defeating your natural instinct, which is just go with the ball that pulled you towards first and throw it as soon as you pick it up. 3-0 pitch on the way. That's down low for ball 4, and Rykow works a 4-pitch walk. And the other part of that play is that when you turn your body back to third base to check the runner, what you're doing at that point is you're now having to throw against your body. Your body's moving towards first, you're looking back at third, and then having to quickly find your target all the way across the diamond and throw a runner out. Again, it's technically sound and it's expected, as bunt is shown and pulled away, and now a back pick trying to catch Rykow down at first base. He's back in safely. It's expected that you make that play, but at the same time, it's not the easiest play to make. That's a play that deserves a little accolade as Tostenson swings and grounds one foul to the left. The count will go to a ball and a strike. So we've seen a couple of good defensive plays made by the infield tonight for the Royals thus far. Diving stop by Keegan Hensrud at second base. That play by Rykow, although it goes in the book as what you're supposed to do, is not the easiest play to execute, even though that's the way you draw it up. Tostenson, a strikeout victim his first time up, takes a look at a 1-1 that misses inside. And the count is 2 balls and a strike. Boy, Rhinus appears to be awfully frustrated he didn't get that call, and that pitch did look like it was rather inside. Don't want to be this frustrated this early into your outing. The 2-1 pitch on the way misses low and away for ball 3. And it's 3 balls and a strike on Caden Tostenson. After Rykow worked the walk, Ashton Rhinus, coming into the game to pitch the 4th for 400, has run into a little bit of trouble here. 3-1 pitch on the way. Swinging a ground ball towards third, but foul. And how about the barehanded stab on a bouncer by Nick Chime, the head coach for the Royals. So the count full at 3 balls and 2 strikes on Tostenson. A look over towards first base by Rhinus. Payoff pitch to Tostenson. Curveball. He laces it down the third base line, and it pops over the bag. It'll be ruled a fair ball. Up with it quickly is Gunnar Majerus. He comes up throwing, and runners will be held at first and second, but Caden Tostenson has a sharp single down the third base line. Take a look at it again at the American Family Insurance Tyler Nagel Agency replay. If we do get to the ball on time, you'll see this just barely bounce over the bag. And, yeah, we didn't actually get to it. It was that close, but hard to know where that ball's going to go for Joey Springer, our camera operator down there. But that ball bopped right over third base. And Gabe Salander coming up, the home plate umpire, making the call on it. So the Royals put together a bit of a threat. Runners on first and second with 1 out. David Larson stands ready and takes a pitch for a strike. And it's 0-1 on David Larson. Larson flew out to left field on a towering fly ball his first time up, back in the third. Runners away, the 0-1 is inside, and then caught the inside corner for strike 2. Late breaker. Larson jumped out of the way, and Ashton Rhinus weaved in a tough pitch. Started into the body on Larson, got him to react, and then a big break back over the plane. No balls, 2 strikes to David Larson. Long look by Rhinus, and Larson will call time at the plate, looking to reset. 2-2 on the All True scoreboard. Scoreboard updates brought to you by All True. Regular screenings with All True's care team. Detect illness before symptoms begin. Stay in the game of wellness. alltrue.org or 780-5000 for an appointment. The 0-2 pitch sweeps away on Larson. The count, a ball and 2 strikes. The old hospital going away. The new hospital at All True coming in. Lots of excitement, lots of talk about the state-of-the-art location that All True has and the work that went into putting together the brand new facility in Grand Forks. 1-2 pitch. Larson swings and drives it to center. Fairly deep, but Matheson has a good beat on it. He'll step back, make the catch. Retreating to second is Rykow with a bluff tag, but he'll hold up there. And Larson flies out to center field for out number 2 as Cam Urian will come to the plate now for the Royals. Irian, a strikeout victim, back in the third. The new hospital for Altru definitely has a nice appearance in the skyline, doesn't it? I mean, it really does. It's one of those that stands out when you're driving up Columbia. Of course, you might not be doing a lot of that right now with the bridge out of commission, but when you get back to it, it's a nice look. Curveball called for a strike in the outside corner. 0-1 on Cam Irian. Bottom of the fourth of a 9-inning matchup tonight here at Kraft Field, and we're tied at 2 between post 400 and post 6, the Royals and the Stars. Ashton Reines, fourth pitcher of the night. 0-1 pitch, misses away. Count will level at 1 ball, 1 strike. Reines again reacting negatively, and if you're Ashton Reines, your coach is going to have to tell you you can't do that. An umpire's watching your body language, and you don't make any friends with the guys that are calling balls and strikes when you animate yourself out on the pitcher's mound. 1-1 pitch, swinging a ground ball foul to the right side, and the count of ball and 2 strikes. It's the hardest part of the game for a young man that's pitching is you feel like you put it where it was supposed to go, and even if you feel like you got it, if you don't get the call, showing your frustration's a sure sign to not make friends. 1-2 pitch, curveball misses away. And sometimes it's hard. You might say, well, he's actually frustrated with himself that he missed a spot. Fair. But the home plate umpire doesn't know that. Set. Look back at second. 2-2 pitch. Curveball, inside out, swing, and a foul back to the screen. It remains 2 balls and 2 strikes. Ryan Rykow led off the inning, or actually a 1-out walk to Reach, then the single by Caden Tostenson puts him at first and second. Now 2 outs in the inning. You're in the bottom of the fourth. The 2-2 misses low, and the count is full at 3 balls and 2 strikes. The Royals started off with the lead this evening. The Stars started off with a lead, scored 2 runs in the top of the first inning, but the Royals have battled back. 3-2 pitch, hit foul off the body of Irian in the batter's box. That'll be ruled a foul ball, and we'll do 3-2 again. We take a look at another game look-in brought to you by Vegan Construction, designers, builders, engineers, quality work since 1938. Matt Bryant, Kane Matheson, single and double off the bat, and then a single by Christensen scored them, but in the second, Alex Seaver with a 2 RBI single that straightened things out in favor of the Royals to tie the game, and that's where we stand here in the bottom of the fourth. Another payoff pitch to Irian, called strike 3, locked him up on the outside corner. Irian bat on the shoulders, probably one that you got to go defend. Reines works a strikeout at the end of the inning, and the Royals will strand a pair of runners, and they're half of the fourth. No runs on a hit, and they will leave 2. We have now played 4 full, and your score on the All-True scoreboard remains the Stars 2 and the Royals 2. This is our coverage of American Legion Baseball on the Rivards Turf and Forage, Grand Trailer Sales, Sports Network, and KNOX Live Sports.
Add a pop of color and excitement to your next celebration with Balloons by Misty. Their one-of-a-kind balloon design skills and creativity will make your event unforgettable. It's always a party at Balloons by Misty. Visit balloonsbymisty.com today.
Residents of the Midwest are known for being self-starters and getting the job done. But when it comes to electrical work, it's best to call a professional. Hi, this is Steve from Bergstrom Electric. It's true that there's a certain glory to accomplishing a task on your own, but it's our experience that not only will save you time, but also the headaches that go along with home improvement projects. A simple phone call to Bergstrom Electric can make all the difference. At Bergstrom Electric, the light does shine brighter.
It takes attention to detail. With your local Bryant dealer, you're getting someone who pays attention to the little things that make a big difference. And to keep your family cool this summer, it takes Bryant.
Connect with Thermal Air today, your Bryant certified dealer. Who Lit the Lamp is brought to you by Bergstrom Electric. They make the lamp and the light shine brighter at Bergstrom Electric. Who lit the lamp so far tonight? 2 RBI driven in by Caleb Christensen for Fargo post 400 in the top of the first inning after Matt Bryant's single and Kane Matheson's double. For Grand Forks post 6, a 2 RBI single for Alex Seaver into the left center field gap that plated Braden Brevik and Gabe Schauer, who had singled and walked. And Grand Forks ties the game at 2 in the third, and that's where we stand going to the fifth, tied at 2, and that's Who Lit the Lamp. And Who Lit the Lamp is brought to you tonight by Bergstrom Electric. They make the lamp and the light shine brighter. We go to the top of the fifth. Caleb Christensen will lead things off for post 400 in a 2-2 tie. Keegan Hensrud will come on to pitch now for post 6. And it looks as though Griffin Hoganson has made his way over to second base where Hensrud had been playing. And Hensrud delivers away for ball 1. The count is a ball and no strikes on Caleb Christensen, who singled back in the first inning and drove in Bryant and Matheson. He'll take one tight for ball 2. Hensrud logged plenty of innings for Grand Forks Central this season. Works quickly. 2-0 pitch. That one called to strike at the belt. And the count 2 balls and 1 strike. Keegan didn't waste any time this season. 2-1 pitch on the way. Swinging a hard ground ball. A 2-hops dive at third base by Rykow. Throws across the diamond in time for the out. That's another nice defensive play by third baseman Ryan Rykow. Christensen with a crisp ground ball on 2 hops to third, and Rykow comes up with it and is able to throw across in the turf. Good pick again by Gabe Schauer over at first to get the out as well, and nice all the way at the corners for post 6 to get the leadoff out here in the fifth as Gus Pankratz will come to the plate for post 400. Pankratz 1 for 2 on the night with a single. Going back to Hensrud, trip to Sioux Falls that was made early in the season for Grand Forks Central. Hensrud earned accolades in that trip and did so a handful of times throughout the year for the Knights. Delivers a curveball on Pankratz for a strike. It's 0-1, and the 0-1 pitch on the way. Fastball that evades David Larson's glove off the outside corner. And our count levels up 1 ball, 1 strike. We're back here again on Monday night when the Rough Riders come to town, but that's Dickinson at the Legion level. 1-1 pitch, high in the air to left field, fairly deep. Back after this one towards the wall is Tostenson. This is going to hang up with him standing on the track for out number 2. Boy, the way that jumped off the bat, you might have thought that thing was going to get out of here, but we've got a still night. We've got some heavy air, and we've seen a couple of balls hit well into the outfield that end up just being fly ball outs as the ball's having a hard time getting deep here at Kraft Field tonight. 2 out, nobody on for post 400, and Gus Weremeyer will come to the plate to face Hensrud. And a curveball spun in by Hensrud for a strike. And the count is no balls and a strike on Gus Weremeyer, who on the night is 1 for 2. He singled his last time up. Big hack at a delivery from Hensrud that misses. That'll bring the count quickly to 0-2, and Keegan Hensrud on the precipice of a quick inning. He'll deliver low. Count will go to a ball and 2 strikes. The Stars have stranded 6 base runners tonight, and all of them have been stranded in scoring position. They left a runner at third in the first, a runner at second in the second, and they left runners at second and third in both the third and fourth. 1-2 pitch, lifted in the air, left side of the infield, near third, foul territory. Drifting is Rykow. He'll step over and make the play, and Ryan Rykow continues a solid baseball season and helps work a 1-2-3 inning for Hensrud and the Royals in the top half of the 5th inning. We're halfway home at Kraft Field tonight. Nothing across for post 400. Your score after 4.5 innings of play. The Stars 2 and the Royals 2. This is our coverage of American Legion Baseball on the Rivards Turf and Forage, Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, and KNOX Live Sports. Since 1972, Jarrell's Sports Center and Hockey World has provided year-round sporting goods, apparel, and of course, hockey equipment and training tools. You'll also find they have a state-of-the-art skate sharpening machine to give you the edge you need. For anything sports, stop into Jarrell's and Hockey World. When you need the right part for your pickup, head to Northwood or call Mike's Custom Truck. Amanda will drop ship any part you need. Turbos, upgraded fuel pumps, edge products, and more. Mike's Custom Truck, 587-6335. Your local Circle K and Holiday Station stores are proud to support high school activities. Stop by the new Circle K location at 1316 South Washington Street for not only gas, but a wide array of hot and cold food, snacks for everyone, and a car wash. Open 24/7, 7 days a week. Welcome back to our coverage of American Legion Baseball on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network. KNOX Live Sports, so we'll see another change here. Gus Weremeyer will come in for post 400 to pitch here at the bottom of the fifth inning. He'll move over from first base, and that will bring Caden Newharth back onto the diamond defensively. So as you follow the difference between American Legion rules and high school rules, Caden Newharth started the game as a pitcher and designated hitter, hitting for himself. He left the pitcher's position and was the DH for the new pitcher that came in. But now the new pitcher that comes into the game is already in the batting order. So Newharth can come back and play defense. And he will step in and play first base where Weremeyer was to start the night. So we'll go to the bottom of the fifth with the top of the order due up for the Royals. And Braden Brevik, Gabe Schauer, Griffin Hoganson to take on Gus Weremeyer, who gets his inning of work here in the fifth tonight. Fifth pitcher in 5 innings for the Stars this evening. And Weremeyer delivers. Fastball misses in, and the count is a ball and no strikes on Braden Brevik, who singled and scored back in that 2-run third for the Royals. That helped them tie the game at 2 apiece. Set by Weremeyer, 1-0 pitch misses away. 2 balls and no strikes. We can tell you more for those of you that might be tuning in tonight in the Fargo area following your team. What the schedule looks like for the Stars as a pitch misses away. And the count is 3 balls and no strikes now from Weremeyer to Braden Brevik. We mentioned that on Monday the Royals are back into it as they'll take on the Rough Riders of Dickinson. Fastball missing away for ball 4. That's a 4-pitch walk for Braden Brevik. And the leadoff man is aboard for post 6 here in the 5th inning, and that's the center fielder that's on at first base as well. So a prime opportunity if Coach Nick Chine wanted to loosen the offense to go ahead and do it. Dickinson will go play Fargo post 2, and post 400 comes back here on Tuesday as a fastball misses high, and the count is a ball and no strikes. Actually, correction. Grand Forks will go to post 2 for league games coming up on Tuesday the 10th. So these two teams will meet each other in the league, and in fact, it'll be the next game for post 400 according to the schedule. Fastball taken for a strike by Gabe Schauer. Count levels at 1 ball, 1 strike. Schauer 0 for 1 with a walk and a run scored. So a little warm-up tonight, but they'll see each other at Starion Field coming up on Tuesday night, June 10th. For games that count in the league that night. First pitch is set for 5:30. Bunt is shown and taken away. Pitch misses low. And the count will go to 2 balls and a strike. So again, Dickinson coming here for the East Coast swing, if you will. They'll play Dickinson and Grand Forks on Monday, and then Dickinson goes to post 2 on Tuesday. And Grand Forks will follow them down the road to take on post 400. Bunt is shown again and pulled foul to the right. Pitch was up on Schauer. He couldn't lay the bunt down cleanly. And it's now 2 balls and 2 strikes on him. And that's how the season gets going. Looks like Mandan will play at Fargo post 400 coming up on Thursday next week. So a couple of league nights for the Stars next week as well. Weremeyer delivers 2-2. Pitch misses high and tight on Gabe Schauer. And the count's full, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Dickinson and Grand Forks here Monday. Dickinson at post 2 on Tuesday. Grand Forks at post 400 on Tuesday. And then post 400 hosting Mandan on Thursday. 3-2 pitches high for ball 4, and that's back-to-back walks issued to Royals hitters by Gus Weremeyer since stepping into the game to start the 5th inning. So Brevik to second, Schauer to first base. Key point of the game now, the Royals looking to take their first lead. We're tied at 2. And Griffin Hoganson, who singled and was thrown out trying to score, back in the 3rd inning comes to the plate. Number 3 hitter, great bat in the lineup, and a big opportunity coming up now for the Royals. Pitch from Weremeyer. Ground ball to short, could be 2. Christensen's got it. Throws to second. The ball got away. Everybody safe. Turning and looking to score will be Braden Brevik. Brevik comes in to score, and the Royals will take a 3-2 lead on what will be a throwing error that's going to be charged to the shortstop, Caleb Christensen. So Grand Forks will take the lead 3-2. Let's take a look at it in the American Family Insurance Tyler Nagel Agency replay. Ground ball to short. Christensen with it on a knee. Threw and the ball just evaded second baseman Matt Bryant's glove. Coming over to cover. It was to his left and high. No chance to get to it. And Grand Forks now takes a 3-2 lead in the inning. And the pitch on the way called a strike on Alex Seaver. And the count will go to no balls and a strike on Alex Seaver. Grand Forks all of a sudden now with the lead as a bluff pickoff move back to second base by Weremeyer will chase Gabe Schauer back to the bag. And in a game like this, you'll take any way that you can grab the lead. Seaver stands ready. And Weremeyer takes a look. 0-1 pitch. Hard shot left side. That's going to go for a base hit. Out into left field. Runner will hold up at third base. No chance for anybody to score, but Alex Seaver has a single that will load the bases for the Royals. And with the bases full and still nobody out and a run into the inning, here comes Keegan Hensrud trying to continue the rally for the Royals.
Now batting.
Keegan Hensrud 0 for 2 so far tonight.
Rylan Corinta.
And we're going to see a pinch hitter here. Rylan Corinta will come in to hit. So Rylan Corinta will hit here in the fifth for Keegan Hensrud. Weremeyer delivers and a fastball misses away for ball one. So Rylan Corinta comes to the plate. A 3-2 lead for the Royals. And still nobody out in the bottom of the fifth inning. Weremeyer delivers and Corinta will take a strike. Count goes to a ball and a strike now on Rylan Corinta. Hensrud 0 for 2 at that point, could re-enter. Had a very nice play defensively at second base tonight. Weremeyer is set out in front of the chest. The 1-1 to Corinta. That one misses low. And the count will go to 2 balls and no strikes. Rather, 2 balls and a strike. Ryan Rykow, very good season, swinging the bat. Is in the on-deck circle right now for post 6. Bases loaded, nobody out, 1 in the inning. And post 6 leading 3-2. The 2-1 pitch, high and tight, and there's no place to put Corinta. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Weremeyer a little frustrated that he might have missed a spot or didn't find his release point, but he left that ball up and in. He'll set in front of the chest, the 3-1, and Corinta sitting dead. Count will go to 3-2 as Corinta was taking all the way. So here comes a big pitch in the game. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Bases loaded, nobody out. Middle infield's back. They'll give up a run for 2 outs. Payoff pitch, missed low, ball 4, and the Royals will bring in a run. Rylan Corinta will walk, and that will be the 3rd walk of the inning that's been issued by Gus Weremeyer. It's been a tough run so far. Royals take a 4-2 lead. And Ryan Rykow with a chance to break the game wide open for post 6. And this is going to bring some activity to the pitcher's mound. There is a man up in the bullpen, and he may be getting the call here. Weremeyer came in. Most everybody has gotten an inning tonight, but that's going to be the end of the night for Gus Weremeyer. He's coming off the field, and so we'll have a break in the action and a pitching change here at Kraft Field and Oxford Sports Complex. We'll tell you about the new pitcher when we come back. Your score is 4-2 Royals. Bases loaded with nobody out in the bottom of the 5th. This is our coverage of Legion Baseball on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network. ProAg in Grand Forks and Grafton carries the equipment and parts on hand to make your farming operation run smooth. They carry all major brands like Honeybee, Alloway, Amity, Artex, Hardy, Capello, Monosem, Pickett, Blue-Rich, and Black Ace. So whether you're trading in, buying, or just need parts, go to ProAgEquip.com to see everything ProAg has to offer.
You've been waiting for a chance to do something that matters, something big without a big price tag. Welcome to Northland Community and Technical College. Here you can have a big impact on a small campus, in classrooms that mirror today's workplace, with instructors who teach from experience and know you by name. You've been waiting for a place like this. Are you ready?
Our pitching change is brought to you by Big Jim's Tire. They are the #1 supplier of ag tires in the region. as the season goes along. If you've got an issue, Big Jim's Tire will get you going again. And our pitching change is brought to you by Apex Apparel, your hometown quick turnaround, family-owned promotional shop in Grand Forks. Well, it looked like Alex Christofferson was going to come into the game, and he may have, but Ethan Dahl is going to go to the pitcher's mound for post 400. I believe Christofferson has come in to play at third base. So it won't be Christofferson coming in. It will be Dahl that comes on to pitch for post 400, and he's in a tough spot. The bases are loaded with nobody out for post 6, and the Royals here in the bottom of the 5th inning. They lead it by a score of 4-2. They've scored 4 straight runs tonight, but one, the latest, has come in by way of a bases-loaded walk as Gus Weiermeyer walked 3 out of the 5 that he faced, gave up a base hit and a runner reached by way of an error. And a tough night for Gus Weiermeyer in the pitcher's position as he did not record an out here this evening. And now Ethan Dahl will come in from third to do the pitching. So we'll see if Christofferson is going to go over to third or where the defensive changes are going to be here for post 400. Again, they haven't reported them to us. That doesn't look like, that's Ashton Reines that appears to be going to play third base, which would kind of fool our lion eyes, but that is Reines that will go play at third base. So it's not Christofferson, that'll be Reines that goes over to play third for Ethan Dahl. So Reines was not a starter, must have re-entered the game, so we're playing with some really loose rules tonight. I mean, it's one thing to say that you're going to play with high school rules, but I don't believe that Reines would be allowed to even re-enter the game in this situation. But he has and is going to play third. So the base is loaded. Ryan Rykow at the plate as Ethan Dahl will step in and deliver. And a fastball misses low for ball 1. Reines was a bench player, so he came into the game in the pitcher spot and I believe replaced Colston Sen. But if you're a bench player, you don't get a re-entry, so as I understand it, now ball squirts away from catcher Caleb Blanchette, but nobody's going to try to advance. Starters get the opportunity to re-enter at the high school level, but I don't believe that bench players get to re-enter. Now, they may have changed the rule, though. It's been a while since I took the test, and if they have changed the rule, then my apologies. If everybody gets a re-entry, then obviously that would be legal. I'm just not familiar with that one being legal with a bench player that doesn't start, comes in, comes out, and comes back in. Here's a swing by Rykow to deep center field. Long track back effort for Kane Matheson. He's got it. It'll be deep enough to score a run. Griffin Hoganson tagging, as is Alex Seaver to third. Hoganson will score. It'll be a sacrifice fly off the bat of Rykow and an RBI driven in for Rykow, and the lead will now grow to 5-2 in favor of the Royals. So Rykow does his job at that point, trying to tag on to the lead. Just hit the ball deep with a runner at third. And Caleb Tostenson, who's at the plate, or is supposed to be, would have basically the similar job, but I don't believe this is Tostenson that's going to hit for the Royals either. They've got a new hitter at the plate, if I'm not mistaken, as a pitch misses away. Yeah, this is going to be Max Grafenauer that will hit for Caden Tostenson. So Max Grafenauer comes in to hit. He'll take a ball and a move over to first base that will chase Rylan Carinta back into the bag. So the count of ball and no strikes on Max Grafenauer. 5-2 Royals here in the bottom of the 5th. A look over towards third. The 1-0 pitch. Hard shot left side. Line drive caught at third base by Reines. He throws to first. It won't be in time for the double play, as Carinta was able to truck his way back to first base in time with the throw just a bit offline. But Grafenauer lines out to third baseman Ashton Reines for 2 away. And with 2 outs and the runner still at the corners, David Larson set to come to the plate. Royals loaded the bases with nobody out. A single is brought in a run. Actually 2, and a sacrifice fly is brought in a run. And you know the Royals would love to tag on a bit more here, as they still had at that point the bases loaded with nobody out in the inning. Breaking pitch on the way to Larson stays high, and the count will go to a ball and no strikes on David Larson. Couple of flyouts tonight for Larson, 1 to left, 1 to center. Royals leading 5-2 on the all-true scoreboard here in the bottom of the 5th. The 1-0 pitch from Dahl called a strike. Lights have come on here at Kraft Field. Not taking a lot of effect as of yet. Into the long, long days of summer here, the next few weeks. The longest days that we'll have. 1-1 pitch. Curveball for a strike in the outside corner. Count a ball and 2 strikes. We get down to around June 21st, 22nd. Usually becomes our longest day of the year. Then you got a week of really long ones on the back end before you really start to notice. And maybe you don't notice at that point either. 1-2 to Larson. Curveball stayed high. Count goes to 2 balls, 2 strikes. Again, after next week, we'll find our way out to Thompson for a pair of games as the Tommies, the defending 4-time state high school champions, now moving into the Legion season. We'll have a couple of those matchups on KNOX Live Sports as well. 2-2, Larson grounds one hard to third. Reines, a tough glove play, throws across the diamond for the out. Couple of back-to-back tough plays by Ashton Reines at third base for Fargo Post 400. Larson will ground out 5-3 for the putout, but the Royals come away with the lead. They'll score 3 runs on the benefit of just 1 hit. There was an error. They'll leave 2. We played 5 full, and your score now on the All-True scoreboard. New score, the Royals 5 and the Stars 2. This is our coverage of American Legion Baseball on the Rivards Turf and Forage, Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, and KNOX Live Sports.
Need seed, think Proseed. Proseed.net.
Grand Trailer Sales in East Grand Forks is your go-to spot for enclosed utility, flatbed, and dump trailers in the Red River Valley. They have the biggest selection on hand of trailers with great pricing. If you're looking for parts, service, or simply to buy, trade, or rent a trailer, stop into East Grand Forks. GrandTrailersSales.com.
Changeovers tonight brought to you by Big Jim's Tire, your #1 supplier of ag tires in the region, and also brought to you by Apex Apparel, your hometown quick turnaround promotional goods store, family owned in Grand Forks. Another pitching change for the Royals. Gabe Schauer will come to the plate, or actually I should say go to the pitcher's mound. Our post-game report tonight, we'll have a brief one as we're playing just the 1 9-inning game this evening. Our post-game report brought to you by Spray Advantage. Everything you need for spraying an application on your farm. The difference between Spray Advantage and their competitors is that Spray Advantage has what you're looking for in stock. Tips, tanks, nozzles, pumps, grain carts, seed tenders. 2 locations to serve you in Grand Forks and St. Thomas. And brought to you tonight by Lake Region State College. At Lake Region State College, we change lives. Precision agriculture, law enforcement, nursing. A few of the careers that you can supercharge your way into at Lake Region State College. Get done in 2. Start earning or take your credits with you to any 4-year institution in the North Dakota University system and keep on moving. Well, they've got Ethan Dahl at the plate, and he'll swing and foul one off to the right side. I have no idea how Ethan Dahl is batting. Caden Newharth should be at the plate right now here in the 6th inning. I mean, they're way off. Ethan Dahl is the number 9 hitter, and this should be the number 6 hitter that's at the plate. Yeah, Ethan Dahl is batting out of order because Gunnar Majerus is currently in the on-deck circle, and they've moved Ethan Dahl up apparently in the batting lineup. This doesn't make any sense. 0-2 pitch is lifted in the air to center field. And coming in on is Braden Brevick. He'll make the catch out in center. I don't know what happened in that situation, but out number 1 is recorded as we'll call it Newhart that flies out to center. Gunnar Majerus will come to the plate. So they're back in the right spot now, but that was not the right hitter to be at the plate at that moment. Gunnar Majerus will come to the plate for Post 400, 1 for 2 on the night. And a pitch to him, a strike. The count will go to no balls and a strike. Defense didn't catch it, and they're back in order now, so a pitch has been thrown, which means that no enforcement of the penalty can happen with a batter out of order. Pitch misses low for ball 1. The count will go to a ball and a strike. That was interesting that Dahl would just jump up in the order like that, and now you're right back to where Majerus is when Caden Newhart, your DH, was supposed to be at the plate. Curveball stays high. Count will go to 2 balls and a strike. So Gabe Schauer comes in to pitch after Keegan Hensrud worked a 1-2-3 inning with the help of some pretty fine defense by Ryan Rykow. 2-1 pitch. Swung on, hit foul, and a one-hopper over towards the post 400 dugout. Count level up at 2 balls and 2 strikes on Majerus, who singled back in the 4th inning and was stranded at third base. 6 runners stranded in the first 4 innings, all in scoring position for post 400. 2-2 pitch on the way. Bounces in front of the plate. And it's now 3 balls and 2 strikes. So what are they going to do when Ethan Dahl is supposed to bat again? That's my question. Caleb Blanchette due up next. There's somebody batting for Dahl. 3-2 pitch, a capper foul. It will remain 3 balls and 2 strikes. Looks like Ashton Reines is swinging a bat in the place that would be in the hole at this point. So Dahl apparently hits for Newhart, and then Reines hits for Dahl. And the math ain't mathin' tonight. That's just kind of the way that works in this situation. But nonetheless, 3-2 pitch on the way. Curveball just missed outside for ball 4. And Gunnar Majerus works a walk. The crowd wanted a strikeout on that one, and they won't get it. So 1-out base runner for post 400, and we will see Malachi Weremeyer coming to the plate now for post 400. So Malachi Weremeyer will stand in and hit for Caleb Blanchette. A look towards first. The pitch on the way to Weremeyer, a strike from new pitcher Gabe Schauer. So Malachi Weremeyer steps in for his first at-bat tonight. Down a strike at no balls and a strike. Majerus has a decent lead. An outfielder could run here. Pitch misses inside. Count levels up at 1 ball, 1 strike on Malachi Weremeyer. We're in the top of the 6th. It's 5-2. Post 6. The Royals leading the Fargo Post 400 Stars here tonight. A set by Schauer. And the 1-1 pitch. That one misses just low. Count goes to 2 balls and a strike. Good looking pitch that time. And David Larson being asked by the Grand Forks dugout, where did that pitch miss? And I believe he shook his head as if he wasn't sure where it missed. A set, a look towards first, the 2-1 offering. Hard shot left side. That's a base hit for Weremeyer. So Malachi Weremeyer comes up with a single. That'll move a runner, Gunnar Majerus, over to second base. And Ashton Reines will come to the plate for Ethan Dahl.
Next at that, number 11, Ashton Reines.
So Ashton Reines steps in to hit. And somehow Ethan Dahl got a chance to swing the bat tonight for Caden Newhart, the DH, for post 400. We're not sure how, but somehow he got away with it. And with runners on first and second, Reines will now hit for Dahl. And the first pitch to him misses low for ball 1. The count is a ball and no strikes. Gabe Schauer stepping in to pitch, and I believe he is pitcher number 4 tonight for the Royals. 1-0 pitch on the way. Hard shot to left field and deep. Back after it is Tostinson. It's off the yard for a 3-run home run that will tie the game. Ashton Reines steps in and goes big fly for a 3-run home run, and post 400 ties the game at 5. That jumped off the bat, and you just knew that thing was getting out of here. Had all kinds of legs underneath it. We take a look at it again on the American Family Insurance Tyler Nagel Agency replay, and it looked like Schauer just kind of left one up in the air, and the way this jumped off the bat, you could just see it at that point, a turn out in left field, but there was no chance to catch up with it. And it turns into a 3-run home run that clears the bases, ties the game at 5 as Matt Bryant steps in and takes one away for ball 1. So new game now, 5 apiece between the Stars and the Royals, and the 1-0 to Bryant. That one called a strike. Count 1 ball, 1 strike on Matt Bryant, a single in 3 trips tonight. Bryant's 1 for 3, led off the game with a single. 1-1 pitch. He shows bunt, steps out of the way of it. That'll bring the count to 2 balls and a strike on the starting second baseman for post 400. Shower standing ready. 2-1 pitch. Curveball lifted in the air to center. Right at Braden Brevik. He'll step on and make the play. Bryant will fly out to center for out number 2. And Kane Matheson will come to the plate now for post 400.
Number 3, Kane Matheson.
So Matheson to the plate, who doubled back in the first inning. He's got a hit in 3 trips tonight and has scored a run as well. And he'll take a pitch, called a strike. Actually, correction, a swing and a miss. And the count will go to no balls and a strike. It looks like he made a check swing of it. And Gabe Salander, our home plate umpire, points at the swing and says a strike. 0-1 pitch on the way. Curveball high. Count levels 1 ball, 1 strike. Taking a look at my scorecard here, and it would appear that everyone in the lineup so far today, or at least every position in the lineup for post 400, has found a base hit except one. Swinging a foul right back at us. And the count is a ball and 2 strikes. And that is the DH's spot, Caden Newhart, who lost an at-bat this half inning on either just something intentional or batting out of the order. Not sure which one. 1-2, high in the air, foul, left side. That one hooking out towards the post 400 bus in the parking lot. Ends up clearing it. Count remains a ball and 2 strikes on Matheson. I'll look in as Matheson stands ready. The 1-2 offering to him bounces in front of the plate. That'll bring the count level at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Count 2-2 on Kane Matheson. A 3-run home run in the inning for Ashton Reines has made it a 5-5 ball game. The 2-2 pitch, high and away for ball 3. And the count is full. 3 balls and 2 strikes on Matt Bryant. Shower stands ready. Payoff pitch called. Strike 3. Got Bryant on the inside corner. And that was not Bryant that was batting at that point either. And we're not sure who was batting because they don't have a number 3 on their lineup card tonight. But whomever it was, actually rather that was Kane Matheson, my apologies. And Matheson will strike out. And I don't even see a number 3 on that part of the lineup card tonight. I must have cut the picture off. Okay, Matheson strikes out, and that will retire the side. However, new score on the all-true scoreboard as the 3-run bomb by Ashton Reines ties the game. 3 runs, 2 hits. No one left through 5.5. New score on the all-true scoreboard. It's the Royals 5 and the Stars 5. This is our coverage of high school baseball, Legion Baseball, on the Rivards Turf and Forage, Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, and KNOX Live Sports.
Add a pop of color and excitement to your next celebration with Balloons by Misty. Their one-of-a-kind balloon design skills and creativity will make your event unforgettable. It's always a party at Balloons by Misty. Visit balloonsbymisty.com today.
Residents of the Midwest are known for being self-starters and getting the job done. But when it comes to electrical work, it's best to call a professional. Hi, this is Steve from Bergstrom Electric. It's true that there's a certain glory to accomplishing a task on your own, but it's our experience that not only will save you time, but also the headaches that go along with home improvement projects. A simple phone call to Bergstrom Electric can make all the difference. At Bergstrom Electric, the light does shine brighter.
It takes attention to detail. With your local Bryant dealer, you're getting someone who pays attention to the little things that make a big difference. And to keep your family cool this summer, it takes Bryant.
Connect with Thermal Air today, your Bryant certified dealer. Well, we start at the bottom of the 6th inning. Cam Urian will take a strike, then watch one drift away for ball 1. And the count will go level at 1 ball, 1 strike. Bottom of the 6th, we're tied at 5 between the post 400 Stars and the Grand Forks Royals tonight here at Kraft Field and the All True Sports Complex in Grand Forks. The 1-1 pitch, called low for a ball, and the count goes to 2 balls and a strike. Ethan Dahl goes into another inning of work. He came in relief, but got all 3 outs back in the 5th inning and will now go out to start the 6th. First pitcher to pitch multiple innings tonight for post 400. Here's a swing and a drive to center field by Irian, but right at center fielder Kane Matheson. And Matheson will make the catch for the first out of the 6th inning, and that'll bring Braden Brevik back to the plate. So Braden Brevik will step back to the plate for post 6. Brevik has scored 2 runs tonight. Is 1 for 2. He's singled and walked, and has scored in both the 3rd and the 5th inning. And the first pitch from Dahl, shot towards short on the ground, picked up by Caleb Christensen. Bit of a bobble, and just in time to get Brevik down at first base for out number 2. That was tight. 6-3 put out for out number 2. Looked like Christensen had some trouble digging that ball out of his glove. But 2 away now. And with 2 outs and the base is empty, Gabe Shower will come to the plate. Let's get those outs up there on the scoreboard for you. Showers walked and scored twice this evening, is officially 0 for 1. Ethan Dahl trying to work an efficient 6th for post 400. And he'll take a pitch high for ball 1. Ball and no strikes on Gabe Shower. Base is empty here at Kraft Field tonight. The 1-0 pitch. That one called a strike in the outside corner. Crowd has been pleasantly into it tonight. Not really an aggressively into it type of situation, which is fine. Obviously, non-conference game, kind of a preseason tune-up. 1-1 pitches away. Both coaches, Donnie Bryant for post 400 and Nick Chine for post 6, agreed that they would play multiple people tonight. Lots of pitching changes, just getting to know everybody. And didn't really talk about our keys the game a lot tonight, but for both teams this night, keys the game brought to you by Jarrell Sports Center and Hockey World. Getting to know your team, evaluating some of those secondary arms as there's a swing and a miss on a pitch to Shower. And then finding good swings in a situation like this, even if it is a tune-up. The good swings part of this is a big part of it, and those are our keys the game. Brought to you tonight by Jarrell Sports Center and Hockey World, as we'll see Gabe Shower drawing his 3rd walk tonight. He'll go down to first base. That'll bring Griffin Hoganson to the plate. Those good swings, it doesn't matter if you're in a tune-up or not. Finding good swings can really start something for you early in a year, and that's why even in a game like this one, you don't underestimate the value of a good swing to the baseball. Hoganson comes set with 2 outs and a runner aboard. I shouldn't say Hoganson comes set. I should say Dahl comes set, delivers a curveball to Hoganson. Hoganson swings and misses in the count, no balls and a strike. Hoganson a single, thrown out trying to score, reached on an error. He's 1 for 3 tonight. Has scored a run. Down a strike to Dahl. And a move over to first base that will chase Gabe Shower back to the bag. 5-5 tie in the bottom of the 6th after a top of the 6th 3-run home run by Ashton Reines ties the game for post 400. The 0-1 pitch is low. Back pick down to first base close, but back in is Shower ahead of the play. 1 ball, 1 strike. Griffin Hoganson at the plate. Number 3 hitter, good bad, had a great year at shortstop for Grand Forks Red River. The 1-1 pitch. Lays off a curveball. It's called the strike. He wanted to swing at that pitch. Decided to take it, and the count goes to a ball and 2 strikes on him. So the count now 1-2 on Hoganson. And the 1-2 pitch to him. Swinging a capper foul back to the screen. Count remains a ball and 2 strikes. What appear on the schedules that we have, that the teams have the weekend off, so they can kind of stretch things out here tonight. 1-2 pitch. Check swing. Just missed outside. Tough pitch to lay off of. Count goes to 2-2. And, we talked about on our pregame report with the different rhythms that these teams are in. Post 400, most of their guys just getting out of school today. So tonight, stay up late. Don't have to worry about getting up for school for the first time this year. Hop on the bus, come up here and play baseball. 2-2. Misses high. Count full at 3 balls, 2 strikes. Really don't like the laid out. I know that people in Fargo seem to be in favor of the whole start as close to Labor Day as possible. Get them out at Memorial Day. That's the way I look at it. Payoff pitch, swinging a high fly ball by Brevik to left field, rather by Hoganson. Shallow left field, drifting out is Christensen, the shortstop. Reaches back behind his back and makes the play. Pop fly to the shortstop, and Christensen stays with it to get Hoganson. Grand Forks will leave a man aboard after the 2-out walk to Gabe Shower, and they failed to score. No runs, no hits, 1 left. We played 6 full. Your score here at Kraft Field and Oxford Sports Complex. Stars 5, Royals 5. This is our coverage of American Legion Baseball on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network and KNOX Live Sports.
Since 1972, Jarrell's Sports Center and Hockey World has provided year-round sporting goods, apparel, and of course, hockey equipment and training tools. You'll also find they have a state-of-the-art skate sharpening machine to give you the edge you need for anything sports. Stop into Jarrell's and Hockey World.
When you need the right part for your pickup, head to Northwood or call Mike's Custom Truck. Amanda will drop ship any part you need. Turbos, upgraded fuel pumps, Edge products, and more. Mike's Custom Truck, 587-6335.
Your local Circle K and Holiday Station stores are proud to support high school activities. Stop by the new Circle K location at 1316 South Washington Street for not only gas, but a wide array of hot and cold food, snacks for everyone, and a car wash. Open 24/7, 7 days a week.
Welcome back to our coverage of high school baseball on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, KNOX Live Sports. We go to the 7th inning, and Fargo Post 400 set to send Caleb Christensen to the plate. And the Royals will have Gabe Schauer back out there for another inning of work, as the Royals looking to work through their pitching arms here tonight as well. Schauer came on and pitched the 6th, gave up the 3-run home run to Ashton Reines after a walk and a single that tied the game at 5, and that's where we stand as we go to the 7th. We are tied at 5 in our matchup here this evening. As we make our way towards the final 3 innings of the night, Caleb Christensen stands in. 1 for 3 on the night, takes a look at a curveball high. Our halftime reports or intermission reports typically brought to you by Grand Forks Welding and Machine. They are the Men of Steel. And High Plains Water, your source for awesome water in Grand Forks. Pitch misses low on Christensen. With a system from High Plains Water, get the chemicals out of your water, get better tasting tap water. Cleaner laundry with less detergent and appliances that last longer, saving you money. 2-0 pitch, line shot left field, long run towards it, diving stab, made out in left field. Great catch by Caden Tostenson to come up with the out on Caleb Christensen's liner. Out number 1 recorded, heck of a play. As we take a look at it on the American Family Insurance Tyler Nagel Agency replay, this is a well-hit ball by Caleb Christensen. He absolutely deserves a hit on this thing. Rockets off the bat, and there's the diving stab that's made out in left field by Caden Tostenson. Another good piece of defensive work tonight for the Royals, and that's one thing that you can definitely build around, as we'll see Gus Pankratz come to the plate for Post 400. He'll swing and miss on a fastball high, and the count levels at 1 ball, 1 strike. HighPlainsWater.com to find out more about a system from High Plains Water. Grand Forks Welding and Machine, the Men of Steel, ready for all of those repairs throughout your ongoing agricultural season. 2-1 pitch is low and away for ball 3 on Pankratz. Actually, rather ball 2. It is 2 balls and a strike on Gus Pankratz. Look in by Gabe Schauer, the 2-1 offering, called a strike on the outer half. Broken shafts, twisted shafts, holes that need tightening, they have you covered at Grand Forks Welding and Machine, the Men of Steel. 18-12 Gateway Drive. They bring in the 7th inning here tonight, as they typically bring us our intermission report. 2-2 pitch just bounces out of David Larson's glove, and David's hanging his head a little bit as he goes up to get that ball. It rolled away from him on the first base line. He's thinking if he holds that, he might get the call, as that was very near the outer edge of the plate. Instead, count full. 3 balls, 2 strikes on Gus Pankratz. Payoff pitch to him. Line shot into the gap in left center field. This one is going to one-hop its way off the wall. A turn by Pankratz. He's on his way to second base. And the go-ahead run is in scoring position here in the 7th for Post 400 on a double. 3rd extra base hit of the night for Post 400. Kane Matheson had a first inning double. Gus Pankratz now a double in the 7th. And of course, the 3-run home run by Ashton Reines in the 6th that ties the game. And Gus Pankratz represents the go-ahead run for Post 400 here in the 7th. Gus Weiermeyer will step to the plate. A look back at second base, and the pitch to Weiermeyer. Fastball for a strike. Count no balls and a strike now on Weiermeyer. Weiermeyer a single in 3 trips tonight. He singled back in the 3rd inning. 5-5 tie on the all-true scoreboard here tonight here in the 7th. Look back at second base by Schauer, the 0-1. Curveball caught the outside corner for a strike, a drifter. Weiermeyer kind of shakes his head a little bit. I don't know if he disagreed with it. I think more along the lines of didn't like the fact it hit that spot because that's about the only spot it could hit based on how it was thrown to be on the zone. Count, no balls, 2 strikes. And the 0-2 from Shower, another slow breaking pitch. This one over the glove of David Larson. Ends up going back to the screen, and that's going to push Pankratz on to third. So now the go-ahead run for post 400. Down at third, only 1 out of the inning. And a big situation here as Shower would love to get the strikeout. The infield will come in for a play at the plate here for post 6. And the 1-2 tight. Count will level up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2-2 the count. Wehrmeyer stands ready. Infield drawn in. A set by Shower out in front of the chest. The 2-2 offering. Boy, they went fishing for that inside corner again and missed it. Count 3 balls and 2 strikes. Couple of opportunities for Shower to say hit my stuff. Now the count full. And we'll see what Shower does next. A set. The payoff pitch. Fastball driven to right field and deep. Back towards the wall, and this one is gone as it's pimped at the plate by Gus Wehrmeyer for a 2-run home run to give the Stars a 7-5 lead. Wehrmeyer took a long look at it as well, and that might be something that post 6 will keep in mind as they make their way back down to post 400 on Tuesday night. David Larson comes out to talk with Gabe Shower. Second home run that's been given up by Shower here tonight. That one just jumps off the bat. We take a look at it again on the American Family Insurance Tyler Nagel Agency replay, and boy, this one jumps off his bat and just trails out to right field, and there was no chance for Cam Urian to find that one. It clears the wall for a home run. And the Stars have come back from down 5-2 to take a 7-5 lead. As I believe we'll see Alex Christofferson stepping in now to bat for the pinch hitter Caden Newharth. Swinging a flare foul behind the plate. And the count is no balls and a strike. And this will be Alex Christofferson that will hit for Caden Newharth. Well, at least Ethan Dahl isn't hitting for Caden Newharth. Dahl jumped up from number 9 to number 6 in the order. Back in the 6th inning. Not sure how. Swing and an 0-1 pitch is grounded foul back behind the plate. Count quickly, no balls and 2 strikes. Newharth was 0 for 2. Dahl was 0 for 1 in that spot. And 0 for 2 in his own spot. Then Ashton Reines hit for Ethan Dahl later in the inning and hit a 3-run home run. The 0-2 from Shower. This is low for a ball. And the count will go to a ball and 2 strikes. So no balls, 2 strikes, or rather 1-2, and the 1-2 pitch hit foul into the body of batter Alex Christofferson in the box. It'll stay 1 ball, 2 strikes. Top of the 7th. Game now officially 2 hours old here tonight. Had worked rather efficiently, just a couple of long innings, but the last couple have been long for post 400. The 1-2 pitch. Called strike 3, got him on the outside corner. Big strikeout for Shower, who was on his way off the diamond. He thought he had worked out number 3, but that's a little ahead of schedule. That's just the 2nd out of the inning. And Gunnar Majerus will come to the plate. Majerus 1 for 2 on the night. He singled in the 4th, walked and scored in the 6th on the 3-run home run that came from Ashton Reines. And the pitch on the way to Majerus. Curveball misses away for a ball. So 2 outs in the inning now and a 7-5 lead for the Stars in the top of the 7th. And the 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. Cal levels up at 1 ball, 1 strike. A step towards the plate once again by Majerus. And the 1-1 offering. Pitch is up. Count will go to 2 balls and a strike. Well, I guess technically, right now, Ethan Dahl would be the pitcher of record for post 400, as would Gabe Shower for post 6. He delivers a fastball belt high outside corner for a strike. And the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Chance to get out of the inning here for Gabe Shower. And the 2-2 pitch. Just missed low. Count 3 balls, 2 strikes. So a full count to Gunnar Majerus. Majerus stands ready. Shower delivers 3-2. Lifted in the air in the infield. Left side, foul territory. Catcher David Larson over in front of the post 400 dugout will make the play. Majerus pops out for out number 3, but more damage done for post 400 as they come up with 2 runs on 2 hits. A towering home run by Gus Weremeyer to right field. Breaks the tie and gives the Stars the new lead. No one left on base. We played 6.5. It's the Stars 7, the Royals 5 on our All-True scoreboard. This is our coverage of American Legion Baseball on the Rivards Turf and Forage, Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, and KNOX Live Sports.
Need seed, think Proseed. Proseed.net.
Grand Trailer Sales in East Grand Forks is your go-to spot for enclosed utility, flatbed, and dump trailers in the Red River Valley. They have the biggest selection on hand of trailers with great pricing. If you're looking for parts, service, or simply to buy, trade, or rent a trailer, stop into East Grand Forks. GrandTrailersSales.com.
Welcome back to our coverage of American Legion Baseball tonight in the Rivards Turf and Forage, Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network. KNOX Live Sports this evening. We make our way towards the bottom of the 7th, and the Grand Forks Royals trailing by a score of 7-5 after 5 runs have been scored by the post 400 Stars, and the last couple of innings in all on home runs. A 3-run home run and a 2-run home run have broken a tie back in favor of Fargo post 400 tonight, and so we make our way deeper into the game with now Fargo post 6 needing a bit of a comeback, if you will, in this one tonight. Stick around in our post-game report. In our post-game report, we'll have a look at some of the highlights from this one this evening, and we invite you to join us for that. Brought to you tonight by Spring Advantage. Everything you need for spraying and application on the farm. And brought to you tonight as well by Lake Region State College. At Lake Region State College, we change lives. Alex Seaver will come to the plate to lead things off for Grand Forks in the bottom of the 7th, and he will face off against Alex Christofferson for the Stars, and a curveball that misses away for ball 1. Seaver, pair of singles tonight. He's 2 for 3 in the matchup. Got the start as the pitcher this evening. Is no longer the pitcher of record in this one after a ton of pitching changes tonight. 1-0 pitch called a strike. And the count will go to 1 ball and 1 strike on Alex Seaver. And again, it wasn't anything that we were not expecting. We were expecting that we would have a number of pitching changes in this one tonight. Coach has agreed to it if Seaver will swing and hit one foul. And the count is now 1 ball and 2 strikes on Alex Seaver. But we were definitely expecting a lot of pitching changes here this evening, and that has been the case, and that's okay. Again, it's a get-to-know-him kind of game for both of these teams tonight. As Seaver stands at the plate, Christofferson delivers 1 and 2. Breaking pitch misses away for a ball. And the count will go to 3 balls and 2 strikes. Rather, 2 balls and 2 strikes, my apologies, on Alex Seaver. And a look in again by Christofferson. The 2-2 to Seaver. Curveball misses low and away for ball 3. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Seaver stands ready, been aboard 2 times tonight. And Christofferson delivers a 3-2, swing and a miss, got him on strikes. Alex Seaver goes down, good hack by Seaver, but Christofferson fools him to get the first out of the inning. And that will bring Rylan Carinta back to the plate for the Grand Forks Royals, as Carinta stands in, ready to go, trying to spark a rally here in the home half of the 7th inning. Christofferson delivers high for a ball, and the count is no balls and a strike. Or actually a ball and no strikes, my apologies. A ball, we'll get it right here. A little out of our rhythm here as well at this point. Been a while since we did one of these. A ball and no strikes, and another misses high on Corinta, and the count will go to 2 balls and no strikes. Corinta coming in as a pinch hitter late in the game tonight. And he stands ready and takes one for a strike. Count will go to 2 balls and a strike on Rylan Corinta. Had a couple of pitching performances at the end of the season for the Royals last season, trying to give his team an extra arm, variety of breaking pitches. He'll take one that misses for ball 3. And the count is 3 balls and a strike. Our post-game report also brought to you tonight by Lake Region State College. At Lake Region State College, we change lives. We'll take you through a few of the highlights that we have at the end of the game tonight. 3-1 pitch, check swing, and that'll miss for ball 4. So Corinta is aboard with a 1-out walk. And that'll bring the tying run to the plate for the Royals in their half of the 7th inning. And we'll see Mason Griffin stepping into the game for the Royals to replace Ryan Rykow. Rykow with a really solid night tonight. And Mason Griffin, wearing number 11, will step in to replace him here in the 7th inning. Griffin takes one for a strike on the outside corner. And the count, no balls and a strike on Mason Griffin. 1 for 1 tonight for Rykow, the double that he had back in the 2nd inning. He walked in the 4th, drove in a run with a sacrifice fly in the 5th. So he definitely did things the right way this evening. Once again, Rykow has just been that guy that has found his opportunity to play and has taken advantage of every single moment of it. Pitch misses on Griffin. The count will go to a ball and no strikes, rather a ball and a strike on Mason Griffin. But can't say enough about what Rykow's been able to do with his opportunity to play. I mean, it's really been a nice situation for him to get this chance. Here's a swing and a drive foul out into the parking lot. That's got car killer written all over it. And that'll bring the count to a ball and 2 strikes now on Mason Griffin in his pitch hitting performance. Good drive out into the parking lot. Sometimes you wonder, I always park my car right behind the grandstand. Nobody seems to want that parking spot, and I'm just not sure why. Curveball up, came across the plate, but is up, and the count will go to 2 balls and 2 strikes. So 2 balls and a strike, rather 2 balls, 2 strikes on Mason Griffin. Griffin stands ready, and the pitch to him misses upstairs. And so we'll have another full count. 3 balls and 2 strikes on Mason Griffin. Griffin ready with the runner at first base, representing 1 run, the tying run at the plate. 3-2 pitch high for ball 4. The tying run is aboard now. So the tying run is aboard for post 6 here in their half of the 7th inning. So runners on first and second with 1 out for Grand Forks in their half of the 7th inning. And we'll see Max Grafenauer coming to the plate for post 6. And this will bring a meeting of the battery for post 400 out to the pitcher's mound. So both Corinta and Griffin walking. Neither were starters tonight. Max Grafenauer, not a starter either. So really we're deep into the bench for both teams at this point here this evening. And this is kind of where you start to see what your team is made of in that situation, right? I mean, these are guys that you're going to look to bring off the bench throughout the course of the year and who can contribute in a big spot. That's part of a get-to-know-him night like this. And pitch misses on Grafenauer for ball 1. And pitch must have been up. Grafenauer is not a tall guy at the plate, but looked to be really close to the zone. 1 ball, no strikes on Max Grafenauer. He swings and drives one that's off the glove of third baseman Reines. He'll throw to second base for an out. And runners will be at first and third as Griffin is caught at second base. It'll be 5 to 4 for out number 1. Carinta moving will get to third safely, and Grafenauer will reach on a fielder's choice. So 2 outs in the inning now after the ball got off the top of the glove of Ashton Reines at third base, but it stayed close, and he had the presence of mind to go pick up the baseball. Couldn't get the runner at third, but had some time to go to second base and get Griffin, and comes up with a big out. 2 away, runners at the corners. David Larson at the plate now for the Royals. And the pitch to Larson. Curveball above the belt. Really hard, kind of slider-looking pitch. And the count is a ball and no strikes. 7-5, post 400 in the bottom of the 7th inning. Runners edge away from the corners once again with 2 outs. A set move over towards first base. Diving back in safely is the runner, Max Grafenauer. Step back towards the plate by David Larson. Runners edge away from the corners again. And the pitch on the way from Christofferson. Misses high, and the count goes to 2 balls and no strikes. We're going to play deep into the night here tonight. This one's going to stretch out to be maybe a 3-hour ball game. Already at 8:15, 8:16. Still in the 7th. We've slowed down a little bit as we got into the later innings. 2-0 pitch, and that hit the cap of the bat. What are they going to call here? They're ruling foul ball, which is the right call. Larson's trying to shake off, I think, a tingly bottom hand here. That hit the knob of the bat. Pitch came in. Larson brought the handle out in front, trying to check his swing, and the pitch hit the knob of the bat. And even though it didn't hit your hand, if it didn't hit Larson's hand, that can numb you up very quickly. And so Larson trying to get some feeling back in that bottom left hand as he comes back to the plate. It's now 2 balls and a strike on the foul ball. So 2-1. A set by Christofferson. A look towards first base. The 2-1 to Larson. Another breaking pitch for a strike. Boy, that is a tough pitch. 3/4 sort of sidearm delivery from Christofferson. It's got a hard break across the plate. It looks like a slider, but it's not, because it's got a little downward motion in it as well, but it's not a hanging curveball. That thing has got some real pizzazz to its break. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And Christofferson delivers to Larson. Another cut and a check swing. They're going to ask for help out on the diamond. And our base umpire tonight, Mike Lucasen, really not in any position to try to help out our home plate umpire tonight, Gabe Salander, with runners on base. So nothing doing there. They appeal for help. No go is the call. Counts full on Larson at 3 balls, 2 strikes. Runner from first will be going here. Grafenauer gets a good jump. Larson checks his swing. It's up for ball 4, and the bases will be loaded. Another walk issued to Grand Forks hitting. And base on ball issues have been an issue tonight, particularly after the first couple of innings. By my numbers, that would be 8 base runners that have been walked on tonight by Fargo post 400 pitching. And there's going to be a meeting on the mound here. There's nobody in the bullpen, but there is a new player coming out of the diamond, or onto the diamond, for post 400, so we may be seeing a pitching change here. And Christofferson is going to give the baseball, it would appear, to Christensen, who's the shortstop. Christofferson's going to come out of the game. And a pitching change that's brought to you by Apex Apparel, your hometown quick turnaround promotional goods store, family owned in Grand Forks. And also brought to you tonight by Big Jim's Tire, your #1 supplier of egg tires in the region. Bases loaded in the bottom of the 7th for post 6. And right now, post 6 trailing by a score of 7-5. New pitcher. We're back with more in a moment on our coverage of Legion Baseball on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network.
Picture yourself at Lake Region State College. With faculty and staff here to help you succeed, we know you by name. Picture your success as you get hands-on ready for the workforce or transfer on to earn your bachelor's degree. Lake Region State College. We change lives.
It's hard to explain what this feels like. We could try to put it into words, but nothing compares to experiencing it for yourself. You just have to get in the seat.
Visit True North Equipment at any of our 10 locations or at www.truenorthequipment.com.
Signature Graphics in East Grand Forks is your one-stop shop for all your branding and design needs. From embroidery, vinyl wrapping, laser print, and more fully customized from start to finish, all in-house. Signature Graphics. We craft your vision. You watch it come to life.
Well, we'll do the best we can for you here, obviously. Colston Sen is going to go play second base. He was in to pitch earlier tonight. So Colston Sen will play second. Caleb Christensen is on to pitch. And Matt Dosh is going to hit off the bench tonight for Grand Forks. And I believe Matt Bryant is going to move over to shortstop for post 400. Those would seem to be the changes that make the most logical sense, and that seems to be where everybody is. So Bryant from second to short, Sen off the bench to play second, Caleb Christensen to pitch, and Matt Dosh will pinch hit with the bases loaded. And Grand Forks trailing the post 400 Stars 7-5 here in the bottom of the seventh inning. Dosh at the plate ready, and the pitch from Christensen. Misses low, back pick. They've got a runner picked off, and now the ball evades out into right field. Coming home to score will be Rylan Carinta from third on a throwing error. That'll be charged to the catcher, Caleb Blanchett. Max Grafenauer moves to third. There'll be runners at the corners. A run is in, and Grand Forks will cut the lead to 1 by a score of 7-6. Error will be charged to the catcher. It's the second error of the night for the Stars. And runners now at first and third as Dosh waits. And a 2-0 pitch is grounded up the middle for a base hit. Run comes home to score from third as Grafenauer comes in. Dosh with a pinch hit single, and it's a tie ball game at 7 apiece. So Matt Dosh with a big piece of hitting that plates the tying run here in the seventh inning. And this will bring Braden Brevik to the plate with a runner still in scoring position at second, 2 aboard, and a chance to try to deliver the Stars. The lean back, Christensen sets, looks back at second base, and the pitch to Brevik misses. And the count will go to a ball and no strikes on Braden Brevik. So tie ball game at 7 apiece. That's just the 6th hit of the night. For Grand Forks, they've scored 2 runs in the inning on just 1 hit. A pair of walks and an error. And a pitch misses inside on Brevik. Actually, 3 walks in the inning, along with an error that allowed a runner to advance. And the base hit by Matt Dosh that ties it up. Brevik at the plate is 1 for 3. He's been aboard twice tonight, scored twice. He'll take a strike on the outside corner. And the count goes to 2 balls and a strike. So David Larson from second. Matt Dosh away from first base. A set by Caleb Christensen. A look back at second base. And the 2-1. Brevik will take it low. And the count will go to 3 balls and a strike on Brevik. Brevik singled in the third and scored. Walked in the fifth and scored. A ground out to third. A ground out to short to go along with that tonight. A look back at second base again. 3-1 pitch. Hit foul back to the screen. And the count is full at 3 balls and 2 strikes on Brevik. Bottom of the 7th, tie game at 7 apiece. A 9-inning affair tonight here at Kraft Field and the Oxford Sports Complex. Payoff pitch, runners get their jump, and boy, Brevik took one just out of the zone for ball 4, and the bases are going to be loaded. I'm not sure how Braden didn't swing the bat at that pitch. And I'm also not sure how there isn't much of a protest from post 400. And we're going to see another pinch hitting performance here for Grand Forks as the Royals will send Logan Nickel in to hit. And the pitch on the way to him, he swings and grounds one to second base, and up with that, Colston Sen. He'll throw to first for the out. And so Nickel will ground out 4-3 for out number 3, but the Royals managed to tie the game. They'll score 2 runs on the benefit of just a hit. There was an error. They'll leave the bases loaded. We've played 7. We're tied at 7 on the all-true scoreboard. We come back with more in a moment. This is our coverage of Legion Baseball on the Rivards Turf and Forage, Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, and KNOX Live Sports.
Your family deserves clean, filtered water. High Plains Water offers Millennium Drink Water System, which delivers great tasting water and also eliminates harmful impurities. Professionally installed and maintained by High Plains Water of Grand Forks. See them at highplainswater.com.
When you're in pain, you need more than just a doctor. You need a problem solver. Count on All True Orthopedics and Sports Medicine and get back to what moves you.
Big Jim's Tire is the area's #1 farm and ag tire supplier, and with harvest here, you want the best. Best tires, best service, and Big Jim's will get it done fast to get you moving again. Big Jim's Tire, Grand Forks. We'll go to the top of the 8th inning, and Logan Nickel is going to stay in the game and pitch. He'll replace Gabe Schauer in the lineup. So Logan Nickel, who pitched for Grand Forks Central this season, will come on to pitch here in the 8th inning. We're tied at 7, and really there's not a whole lot of point at this point in trying to give you the particulars as far as the scoring is concerned in this one here tonight, because there have been so many changes out there, which makes perfect sense. We had been told that there would be a number of changes throughout the course of the night tonight, and that certainly has been the case. And so rather than concentrate on the particulars, we're just going to get you the final score in this one and take a look at some of the performances that have been good ones tonight, rather than give you all the post-game totals by the time this one comes to an end in our post-game report tonight. But we'll go to the 8th. It is a 9-inning game tonight. We're tied at 7, and we'll see post 400 coming to the plate with Alex Christofferson due up if they don't go to their bench. And let's see what they've got going on here. It's kind of player roulette tonight. Malachi Weremeyer is actually due up, and he will come to the plate. So Malachi Weremeyer, who singled in front of Ashton Reines' 6th inning home run. 1 for 1 on the night, will step in to face Logan Nickel for post 6. And the opening offering to Weremeyer is high and tight and off the glove of David Larson. And the count will go to no balls and a strike. Matt Dosh pinch hit in that inning. I'm not sure if he stayed in the game. I don't believe he did. We may have seen some changes on the infield once again. And we'll see a pitch for a strike on the outside corner to Weremeyer, and the count no balls and a strike. If Dosh did stay in the game, he's at third base, but I don't believe that's Matt Dosh at third, but I don't believe it's Ryan Reichow at third either. Curveball got a swing and a miss from Matt Weremeyer. He went up after that one and couldn't find it. And the count is a ball and 2 strikes on Malachi Weremeyer. Nickel taking a look in for a sign. Has what he's looking for. And the 1-2 offering spins one low and away. My best guess down at third base right now is Mason Griffin for post 6. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And Nickel will deliver to Weremeyer. Misses low and away for ball 3. 3-2 the count. And again, good pinch hitting performance for Matt Dosh in the last half inning, ties the game, but didn't stay in. And a swing and a capper foul off the bat of Weremeyer. That'll keep the count at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Been a really interesting night. I mean, keeping up with all these changes and watching the number of combinations you can come up with the same team. And both of these teams have a good branch of players that can play off the bench tonight. Payoff pitch again from Nickel. Ball hit foul and hit the awning and somehow got inside the back screen. Boy, that is a difficult thing to do. That got up and above the back screen and then hit the awning right out on the face of it and came back inside the netting and fell in the grandstand. Count still full at 3-2. And another payoff pitch from Nickel. Swinging a drive to right field. That's inside the line for a base hit. Good range over by Urian to cut it off. He'll throw it back in, but it's a leadoff single to start the 8th for Malachi Weremeyer. And with the leadoff man aboard here in the 8th inning, Ashton Reines is due up. And Ashton Reines will come to the plate. So Reines with a 3-run home run back in the 6th inning will bat here in the 8th. It tied the game at the time. A 2-run home run by Weremeyer in the 7th gave the Stars the lead, but Post 6 rallies with 2 in their half of the 7th to tie the game. And pitch on the way. Ground ball right side, right through the wickets on the first baseman. And a flip to the bag, not going to be in time. Everybody's safe at first base. So Renas will reach on an error. That one gets through at first base. And the first baseman right now is Rylan Carinta. So Rylan Carinta will be charged with an error. That'll be the 3rd error of the night for Post 6. And 2 are aboard with nobody out as Matthew Bryant, the new shortstop for Post 400, will come to the plate. Nickel taking a look back at second base and a curveball that drifts away. The count will be a ball and no strikes on Matt Bryant. Bryant 1 for 4, singled in his first at-bat tonight. Then a ground out to second, a fly out to left and center. So he's gone oppo, he's gone middle, he's pulled the ball a couple of times. 1-0 pitch. Bryant shows bunt, lays it down foul. Leadoff man at the plate and tie game in the 8th inning. Good situational baseball. Runners at first and second. Try to stay out of the double play. Put a couple of runners in scoring position. And your leadoff man at the plate, who you expect would be able to execute, lay down the bunt, that type of thing. Plus with Bryant's speed, he's not really giving himself up. You've still got to make a really tough play to get him. Set by Nickel, he shows bunt again, and the 1-1 pitch, and that one came in on Bryant, and he bunted it to keep it away from hitting him. Well, sometimes when a player squares to bunt on you, the best thing you can do is bring it inside. Now, Don Bryant, I think, is talking with our base umpire after that play is over. I think he wants Mike Lucasen to say that Logan Nickel threw at Bryant intentionally. A set, 1-2 pitch, curveball. Bryant fights it off to third. It's a drooper that's caught on the infield by third baseman Mason Griffin. So Bryant will send one the opposite way for out number 1 here in the 8th. A little looper. I'm not sure how you really put that one in the book. I guess it goes in probably as a pop fly. Out number 1, runners remain at first and second. Kane Matheson, who doubled his first time up, will come to the plate and is 1 for 4 tonight. Takes a look at a slow curve that misses away. So you can see why Coach Bryant from Post 400 is frustrated at that sequence. Trying to lay down a bunt, you take one right inside at your legs, and 1-0 pitch misses low and away. Count levels up, or actually goes to 2 balls and no strikes. And you feel like, that was just a counter of the bunt. I don't know that Logan did throw intentionally at Bryant. He probably tried to play a little bit more inside with it, but lost it. 2-0 pitch is down low for ball 3. And the count 3 balls and no strikes. But Don Bryant lobbying for the call that a batter was intentionally thrown at, and then Matthew Bryant ends up popping out. And if you're Post 400, you're a little frustrated. The bat taken out of your hands at that point. 3-0 pitch, up high, 4-pitch walk. Bases loaded. On to third goes Weremeyer. On to second, Renas, and Kane Matheson will work a walk. And this is going to bring Nick Chine, the head coach of Post 6 Royals American Legion Baseball, out onto the diamond. One of the things that Coach Chine told us in the pregame interview this afternoon or this morning was that one of the spots of the pitching depth that he had to do with the number of men that have thrown. And we're going to see that change made here as Nickel will come out of the game and Max Grafenauer is going to come into pitch. So Grafenauer will come on to pitch. We have a pitching change brought to you by Apex Apparel, your hometown quick turnaround, family-owned promotional shop in Grand Forks, and brought to you as well by Big Jim's Tire, your #1 supplier of ag tires in the region. Bases loaded, one out, tied at 7 in the top of the 8th. Back with more next.
Spray Advantage of Grand Forks carries everything you need for the chemical and fertilizer application on your farm. They have pumps, tips, and tanks from 3 gallons all the way up to 10,000 gallons on hand. They can help with parts and accessories for the fertilizer and tillage equipment on your farm too. Go to sprayadvantage.com.
Open all year round to the public, Eagles Crest offers space for holiday parties and family get-togethers. And of course, daily specials, appetizers, and all your favorites, including Sunday brunch buffets. Come in for the view and delicious meals at Eagles Crest Grill. As guys, we all love our trucks. That's why Toys for Trucks is your headquarters for all things truck. They carry an amazing selection of rims and tires, plus floor mats, tonneau covers, hitches, plows, and even Excalibur remote car starters for any car, truck, or SUV. And the best part? They can install everything for your truck right at their location. Stop out at Toys for Trucks in Grand Forks to customize your ride, or check them out at toysfortrucks.com.
Well, the new pitcher for the Royals is going to be Ryland Carinta. It will not be Max Grafenauer. So Carinta will come into the matchup. That number 6 and that number 8 with this style of number looks pretty close, especially when you got a lefty out there that won't turn his back to you. So it's Ryland Carinta that will come on to pitch for Grand Forks. Tied at 7 in the top of the 8th inning, but the bases are loaded for post 400 with 1 out in the 8th. Malachi Weremeyer is at third after a single. Ashton Renas reached on an error and is at second, and a walk by Kane Matheson puts him at first base, and Caleb Christensen will step in for post 400. As we see Carinta standing ready, curveball, ground ball up the third base line. That's a base hit in the left field. A run will score, another will come around as well. 2 RBI come in on the play as Weremeyer scores and Renas will score. Caleb Christensen with a 2 RBI single has delivered the lead back to the Stars by a score of 9-7. Matheson on to second base and holding. And so a 9-7 game now in favor of the Stars. Still just 1 out in the inning. And Gus Pankratz will come to the plate. And the pitch to Pankratz is low. Count will go to a ball and no strikes. Non-conference game tonight, scheduled for 9 innings. And right now, it is in favor of post 400 with a number of subs and secondary arms making a difference in this one down the stretch tonight. 1-0 pitch on the way, misses inside for a ball. Count goes to 2 balls and no strikes. This is likely when you're playing double headers, and you know, you look at next week where Grand Forks has back-to-back doubleheaders, Dickinson and post 400 Monday and Tuesday. This is a lot like what a Tuesday game can look like. Pitch misses high, and the count goes to 3 balls and no strikes. That's why you play a game like this, because you kind of want to see what does this look like when you get to game number 3 late, game number 4, and back-to-back doubleheaders in the league. 3-0 pitch, belt high for a strike. Count goes to 3-1 on Gus Pankratz. Pankratz 2 for 4 tonight. Single, a double, a run scored. Runners their leads from first and second. The 3-1 pitch. Pankratz sends one to left field. Not too deep and playable. Caden Tostenson coming over to make the catch in the gap, and Pankratz will fly out to left field for out number 2. So 2 away. And Gus Weremeyer will come to the plate for post 400. And his last appearance at the plate was a big one. A 2-run, no doubt about it, home run to right field. That gave the lead to the Stars by a score of 7-5. And they now lead by a score of 9-7. Look back at second base, and the pitch to Weremeyer is low for a ball. The count will go to a ball and no strikes on Gus Weremeyer. 9-7 Stars on the all-true scoreboard here in the top of the 8th inning. Set, look back at second base. Runners go. Pitch called for a strike in the inside corner. Peg to third, not going to be in time. Matheson steals third, and Christensen will steal second. So a double steal that will put 2 more in scoring position for the Stars. Count a ball and a strike on Gus Weremeyer. He took that pitch on the inside corner for a strike. One ball, one strike. A set by Carinta, the 1-1 pitch. Misses away. Count goes to 2 balls and a strike. Wind beginning to pick up a little bit. Seems to be blowing more into the press box now. We might be getting a bit of a south breeze. 2-1 pitch. Misses low for a ball. Count goes to 3 balls and a strike. Certainly had the aroma of some rain to it not that long ago. That might be falling to our south right now. Skies look a little darker to the south than they do to the west. 3-1 pitch. Outside ball 4. And Wehrmeyer's aboard with the walk. And that will reload the bases. And we'll see Alex Christofferson coming to the plate now for post 400. Boy, that wind in just short order has really become a bit of a factor here. And the pitch on the way misses low for a ball, and Alex Christofferson, the count is a ball and no strikes. You can hear that wind picking up in the background, and that hasn't been here the entire ball game. 1-0 pitch, misses inside, ball 2. And you can kind of tell it's got to be a south breeze or a southwest breeze because the flag out in center field, which is shielded by the trees as the backdrop, is not moving at all. 2-0 pitch, misses down low for ball 3. And the count is 3-0. There is no place to put Alex Christofferson. Bases loaded. 3-0 pitch to him, called a strike right down the heart of the plate. Should change our scoreboard. There are 2 outs in the inning. 3 balls and a strike. Corinta takes a look in. 3-1 pitch inside, ball 4, and that's going to walk in a run. Matheson will come home to score. Christensen to third. Wehrmeyer to second. And Alex Christofferson will reach for the base on balls, and that will make it a 10-7 game for the Stars. So now a 3-run lead. Base is still loaded, and we will see another pinch hitting performance here for post 400 as Colston Sen will get an opportunity to hit, and he'll take a strike. And the count is no balls and a strike on Colston Sen. A set by Corinta, the 0-1 pitch. And Sen swings and drives one to shallow left field. It's going to drop for a base hit. 1 run is in. Coming home to score will be Wehrmeyer. Sen charging hard for second base as the throw comes to third. He'll take second base, grabbing 2 bags along the way. 2 more runs come in to score, and the Stars will take an 11-7 lead. Rather, a 12-7 lead. My apologies. And that will put Colston Sen on second base. He'll have a single. And then Sen will end up taking second base on the throw. And it looks like Alex Seaver is going to ditch some sunglasses, while Malachi Wehrmeyer will come back to the plate once again. So Wehrmeyer will bat for the second time in the inning, with the Stars now leading by 5. Wehrmeyer a pair of singles tonight. He's been aboard 4 times. He's 2 for 3. And the pitch to him, he lifts it foul back behind the plate. And the count, no balls and a strike. And again, the next story in all of this is the wind that has really picked up here. I mean, this is really not anything that we expected. We had a nice calm night going, and something has definitely shifted. The 0-1 pitch, called a strike. Count 0-2. Wehrmeyer back at the plate looking. A set by Corinta, the 0-2 pitch, slapped towards the right side at first base. Bobbled by the first baseman once again. Foot race to the bag. There's a collision, and safe at the bag will be Wehrmeyer in the collision with the first baseman. Ryland, actually, it's not Corinta. Corinta was the first baseman at one point. Not sure who that was. That was Gabe Schauer that came back into the game to play first base. Schauer can't handle the ground ball, and safe at first base on the play is going to be Malachi Wehrmeyer. Believe that'll be ruled an error. That'll be charged the first baseman as the ball was bobbled. The run scores, and that makes it 13-7 as we see Christofferson coming home to score, and Sen will move on to third. 4th error in the game tonight for Grand Forks. And runners now at first and third as Ashton Renas will come to the plate for his second at-bat and is nearly hit by a pitch. Twists away from it. Ball gets away down the third baseline, but Picked up by David Larson before anyone advances. And the count is a ball and no strikes on Ashton Renas. Renas, a 3-run home run in the 5th inning tonight, rather in the 6th. And the 1-0 pitch to him. He swings and grounds one to third. Picked up at third base by Griffin. His throw across the diamonds in time for the out. Renas is out 5-3 for out number 3, but 11 come to the plate for the Stars in their half of the 8th inning, and the Stars end up plating 6 runs on the benefit of just 3 base hits. There were 2 very costly errors in the inning, and they will leave 2. And we have played 7.5. New score on the All True scoreboard here at Kraft Field. It's the Stars 13 and the Royals 7. This is our coverage of American Legion Baseball on the Rivards Turf and Forage, Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, and KNOX Live Sports.
Apex Apparel is your quick turnaround apparel and promotional item shop in Grand Forks. If you're looking for direct-to-garment printing, embroidery work, or a huge selection of promotional items, come to Apex Apparel, your locally owned, family-run, quick turnaround apparel shop in Grand Forks.
Rust, salt, and time are the biggest enemies for a fuel tank. Never fear, because Grand Forks Welding is here to take care of your enemies for you. We not only fix or patch your tanks, but we can custom fabricate any kind of replacement fuel tanks or service unit. Go to GrandForksWelding.com.
Today, the PS stands for proper service for your home, farm, or business, which is what you'll get from the team at PS Garage Doors in Grand Forks. Whether you need a door fixed or just thinking about replacing what you already have, no matter what the size, PS Doors offers the proper service for you. Get your proper service at psgaragedoors.com.
Well, as we get into the bottom of the 8th inning, let's take a look at some of the plays of the game that we have for you tonight, brought to you by Proseed. You need seed? Think Proseed, proseed.net. Earlier in the matchup, we saw a good start to the game for Post 400. A ground ball right back up the middle after the first 2 men reached. That made it 2-0 in favor of Post 400. Grand Forks would come back with a little ground ball towards the left side that would draw some hesitation and put some players aboard. And we would see the Royals be able to take advantage of that just an at-bat later, as we saw Alex Seaver fight off a pitch and drop one out into left center field that brought in a couple of runs. Later, a very nice defensive play that turns into an error, a rare miss tonight defensively for this Post 400 team. That allowed the Royals to take a 5-2 lead, but a couple of big home runs. This one, a booming home run off the bat of Ashton Renas that made it 5-5, and then later, the big 2-run home run for Weremeyer that he just took a look at as it sailed over the right field wall. And those are the plays tonight, brought to you by Proseed. Need seed? Think Proseed, proseed.net. 13-7 is your score as we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. And Grand Forks with Griffin Hoganson at the plate to start things off in their half of the 8th. And Hoganson down, a ball and 2 strikes. Will take one high for 2 balls and 2 strikes. Caleb Christensen is the pitcher, at least for the moment, for Fargo Post 400, and I believe would stand as the pitcher of record. 2-2, Hoganson swings and hits it foul behind the plate. And the count now 2 balls, 2 strikes on Griffin Hoganson, who singled, reached on an error, was thrown out trying to score, then later scored after he reached on the error. 2-2 pitch, swung and missed, strike 3. Hoganson is down on strikes to start the 8th inning. 1 out for the Royals here in the 8th, and Alex Seaver will come to the plate now for Post 6. Seaver with a couple of singles tonight. He's 2 for 4. Singled in the 3rd, singled in the 5th. And he stands ready to go. And we'll take a strike from Caleb Christensen on the outside corner. Well, the takeaways from Grand Forks tonight is they are probably ahead of the game offensively than they've been in the past. I know the last couple of years, one of the struggle points for the Royals has been just an inability to hit the baseball, and not a big inability, that's probably a strong word, but not enough of an ability to consistently hit the baseball through the lineup. And tonight, we've seen some players get good swings. We've seen some players kind of hang in there. Defensively, it's been a bit of a cluster as of late, but that's only in part because you've got some players in some different spots. I think tonight, really the important part was how well do we swing the bat, how well do we pitch the baseball. I think they swing the bat fairly well as a 3-1 pitch is taken for a strike. The count goes to 3-2 on Seaver. I'm just not sure when you get back into the back end of the pitching situation, what the evaluation will be as Seaver swings and hits one foul behind us. I don't know that it's a situation where the Royals would come away saying, yeah, we might struggle there. I think it's just they've got some work to do. They're going to have to shore up their approach with some of those secondary arms. Another payoff pitch to Seaver. He'll swing and hit it foul. We talked about the keys to the game tonight coming into this one. Really for both teams is to get to know your team and evaluate some of those secondary arms the way they were going to play it with a number of changes, frequent changes, players playing in some different spots, different pitching and that kind of thing, but finding the good swings. And, boy, both teams have done that. Certainly post 400 with a couple of home runs have done that tonight. Keys to the game brought to you by Jarrell Sports Center and Hockey World. Another 3-2 pitch to Seaver. Up high, ball 4. And a one-out walk for the Royals in their half of the 8th inning. We'll have a brief post-game report tonight brought to you by our friends at Spray Advantage and Lake Region State College. We'll try to run through the totals for you and see if we can pick a team that wins and a team that loses, kind of take you through the player of the game tonight as well. We'll do that throughout the course of the 9th inning coming up and kind of abbreviate the post-game that way, as they're going to want to tear down the field early after a long 9-inning affair tonight. Rylan Carinta at the plate, new pitcher for the Royals. And Carinta walked his last time up and scored. And he stands at the plate with a one-out base runner at first base. The 1-0 pitch from Christensen, swing and a miss. Christensen seems to have pitched pretty well after having some issues coming into the game back in the last inning, has found his footing a bit, and has had a good start to this inning. 13-7 Stars on the all-true scoreboard. 1-1 pitch. Curveball caught the outside corner, some late break on that pitch from Christensen to the left-handed hitting Rylan Carinta. The count of ball and 2 strikes, definitely the aroma of rain being blown into the field now. Move over to first base, and the ball squirts away from Gus Weremeyer over at first base. He's able to keep it close. A ball and 2 strikes on Rylan Carinta. Runners their lead. Christensen a set, the 1-2. Swing and a miss, got Carinta on strikes. 2 strikeouts in the inning for Caleb Christensen. And we'll see Mason Griffin set to come to the plate for the Royals. So Griffin will step in, a double, a pair of walks in that spot in the order. Some of that to Ryan Rykow was Rykow's double. As a matter of fact, Rykow was 1 for 1 tonight with a double and a sacrifice fly. Really did a nice job in the game tonight again from the plate for Rykow. And a pitch misses low for a ball. The count goes to a ball and no strikes. Picking the player of the game tonight is going to be a little difficult. Alex Seaver has been aboard 3 times tonight, 2 for 4. Swinging a foul off the bat of Mason Griffin. Fine defensive play made earlier by second baseman at the time, Keegan Hensrud. Rykow made a couple of nice defensive plays at third. Along with that double, I think leaning in that direction. We're going to announce our player of the game in the 9th inning. 1-1 pitch on the way. A little ground ball towards short. This will be charged by Bryant. He'll flip to second base for the out. That's going to catch Seaver at second base. 6-4 on the play. Little fielder's choice off the bat of Griffin. That ends the inning. And Grand Forks comes away empty in their half of the 8th inning. No runs, no hits, no errors. 1 left. We've played 8. And your score on the All-True scoreboard remains the Stars 13, the Royals 7. We'll come back with more in a couple of moments. This is our coverage of high school baseball, rather Legion baseball, on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network and KNOX Live Sports.
Spray Advantage of Grand Forks carries everything you need for the chemical and fertilizer application on your farm. They have pumps, tips, and tanks from 3 gallons all the way up to 10,000 gallons on hand. They can help with parts and accessories for the fertilizer and tillage equipment on your farm too. Go to sprayadvantage.com.
Open all year round to the public, Eagles Crest offers space for holiday parties and family get-togethers. And of course, daily specials, appetizers, and all your favorites, including Sunday brunch buffets. Come in for the view and delicious meals at Eagles Crest Grill. As guys, we all love our trucks. That's why Toys for Trucks is your headquarters for all things truck. They carry an amazing selection of rims and tires, plus floor mats, tonneau covers, hitches, plows, and even Excalibur remote car starters for any car, truck, or SUV. And the best part? They can install everything for your truck right at their location. Stop out at Toys for Trucks in Grand Forks to customize your ride, or check them out at toysfortrucks.com.
Well, as we give you a look in on this one tonight, brought to you by Vegan Construction, designers, builders, engineers with our game look in. Quality work from Vegan Construction since 1938. A 6th-run, 8th inning for the Stars is the difference right now. That takes a 7-7 game, turns it into a 13-7 game. The Stars score 3 and a home run in the 6th, 2 and a home run in the 7th, and 6 runs on just 3 hits and a pair of errors in the 8th inning. And they go from 2 runs to 13 runs in the 6th, 7th, and 8th to take a 13-7 lead into the 9th inning over the Royals. And that is your game look-in, brought to you by Vegan Construction, designers, builders, engineers in Grand Forks. And we'll see Ryan Rykow go to the bump to pitch for the Royals here in the 9th. And we'll see at the plate Matthew Bryant to lead off the 9th inning for Post 400. And these two teams see each other again coming up on Tuesday. The back end of 2 doubleheaders in a row for Grand Forks. They play Monday, Tuesday at home against Dickinson, on the road at Post 400. Bryant will take a strike. The count will go to 2 balls and a strike, but 13-7 the Stars in a game that was designed to be pretty much like this. 2-1 pitch. Bryant will take that for a strike in the outside corner. Wind is really picking up and becoming a factor now. Stiff south-southwest breeze that has a lot of hint of rain in it. 2-2. Bryant swings and misses. He's down on strikes. And a good start for Ryan Rykow. Not sure that we saw a lot of Ryan Rykow pitch throughout the year for Red River. He's just been so impressed with Ryan Rykow and what he's been able to do in his opportunity to play this year. I mean, just really good bat. He made 2 nice defensive plays at third. Here he steps in and strikes out the top of the order in the 9th inning. And the pitch on the way, hard shot towards second base. It's a one-hopper that completely evades the look for Griffin Hoganson at second. Not used to playing that angle at second base, and Kane Matheson is aboard with a sharply hit ground ball. I'm not sure how they'll score it. They're going to score that a base hit. Probably the right approach on that one is a base hit. That one was going to eat up Griffin Hoganson as a typical shortstop by trade. Not really used to playing that angle. And here's a swing at a ground ball to short, could be 2. Picked up by Seaver. Hoganson for 1, over to first for the double play, and a beautiful twist for Grand Forks to kind of punctuate the night here tonight. Boy, take a look at that again on the American Family Insurance Tyler Nagel Agency replay. Sharply hit ground ball by Caleb Christensen to short. Alex Seaver picks it up to second base for 1, and you can't make it look a whole lot better than that, and that's going to take us through 8.5 innings tonight. 13-7 the Stars as we go to the bottom of the 9th inning, which is on the way next on the Rewards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network and KNOX Live Sports.
Add a pop of color and excitement to your next celebration with Balloons by Misty. Their one-of-a-kind balloon design skills and creativity will make your event unforgettable. It's always a party at Balloons by Misty. Visit balloonsbymisty.com today.
Residents of the Midwest are known for being self-starters and getting the job done. But when it comes to electrical work, it's best to call a professional. Hi, this is Steve from Bergstrom Electric. It's true that there's a certain glory to accomplishing a task on your own, but it's our experience that not only will save you time, but also the headaches that go along with home improvement projects. A simple phone call to Bergstrom Electric can make all the difference. At Bergstrom Electric, the light does shine brighter.
It takes attention to detail. With your local Bryant dealer, you're getting someone who pays attention to the little things that make a big difference. And to keep your family cool this summer, it takes Bryant.
Connect with Thermal Air today, your Bryant certified dealer. Our post-game report tonight will be brought to you by Spray Advantage and Lake Region State College, and we'll start with our player awards that we have this evening as we get ready to go to the Bottom of the ninth inning, our Player of the Game award is brought to you tonight by PS Garage Doors, where the PS stands for perfect service. You'll get perfect service on any make and model of garage door that you're looking for. 4733 Demers in Grand Forks on the other side of the I-29 overpass. And that perfect service can service any make and model of garage door. And the PS also stands for painless shopping. If it's time for a new garage door, you can find one at PS Garage Door. Stop and talk with their experts in their warehouse. That'll be in the industrial park in Grand Forks. And Ryan Rykow is going to be our player of the game this evening for Grand Forks and Post 6. Rykow 1 for 1 with a double, and his only official at bat tonight. 2 really solid defensive plays at third base, along with pitching an inning of scoreless baseball in the top of the ninth for Grand Forks tonight. And Ryan Rykow will be our PS Garage Doors Player of the Game award winner, brought to you by PS Garage Doors in Grand Forks. As we get back to the bottom of the ninth inning, and we will see Max Grafenauer at the plate for the Royals to take on new pitcher Matthew Bryant for Fargo Post 400. A curveball hit foul off the bat of Grafenauer, and the count will go to a ball and 2 strikes. And again, our post-game report brought to you tonight by Spray Advantage. Everything you need for spraying an application on your farm. The difference between Spray Advantage and their competitors is they have what you're looking for in stock, no waiting around. 2 locations to serve you in Grand Forks and St. Thomas. Tips, tanks, nozzles, pumps, grain carts, seed tenders, they've got it all at Spring Advantage. And our post-game report brought to you by Link Region State College as well. And a swing and a miss by Grafenauer. He'll go down for a strikeout for Matthew Bryan here in the ninth. Lake Region State College. At Lake Region State College, we change lives. Precision agriculture, law enforcement, nursing. The difference at Lake Region State College. Supercharge your way into those careers in 2 years and start earning, or take your credits with you to any 4-year institution in North Dakota and continue that educational journey with campuses in Devils Lake, in Grand Forks at the Air Force Base, and online at lrsc.edu. David Larson swings and fouls one off, and a pitch taken for a strike on the outside corner will bring the count to no balls and 2 strikes. 1 out here in the bottom of the ninth. Larson, a walk to his credit, is 0 for 3 tonight, and an 0-2 curveball misses away. The count will go to a ball and 2 strikes. And a 1-ball, 2-strike pitch on the way to Larson. Breaks in low for a ball. And the count now 2 balls and 2 strikes on David Larson. And the 2-2 offering to him, low and away for ball 3. The count now goes to 3-2, and we're going to see the Royals go to their bench coming up again as well. Oh, no, they will not. Cam Urian will come back in and hit. And Larson swings and drives one to center field. That's going to drop for a base hit for David Larson. So a 1-out single for David Larson, just the 7th hit of the night for Grand Forks. Our other award that we have for you this evening in our post-game report is the Finest Auto Trim Finest Cover of the Game. And it's brought to you by Finest Auto Trim on Demers in Grand Forks. Getting ready for that driving season, Finest Auto Trim can help you with that hot rod project that you're looking for. And they recover all kinds of seats, vehicles, aircraft. They've done those. Obviously, boat seats as well. Those of you in agriculture getting ready to go out and put in long hours, get ready to have recovered seats so you get the support from the seats that you're looking for. From Finest Auto Trim, 2201 Demers in Grand Forks. Look them up online. Finest Auto Trim has you covered with so many different things. 1-1 pitch misses away, and that's going to be the double play ball that we just saw Grand Forks turn. Alex Seaver, Griffin Hoganson, short to second base. Great turn over to first base. You can't do it a whole lot better than that, and that is our finest cover of the game tonight, brought to you by Finest Auto Trim. Big or small, they cover it all. Back pick attempt out to first base, trying to catch David Larson. He gets back into first base safely. And the count is 2 balls, 2 strikes. And a 2-2 pitch swung through and missed strike 3, first base occupied. So Irian cannot run on the play with first base occupied. The ball was dropped at the plate, but picked up, and Irian unable to run with first base occupied, and not 2 outs. Now there are 2 outs. And Braden Brevik is back to the plate for one more go-around for the Royals. Bottom of the ninth, and the Stars leading 13-7 in a game full of changes tonight. A get-to-know-them kind of preseason tune-up before league games start for both these teams coming up next week. Grand Forks Monday and both on Tuesday. Swinging a flare foul back behind the plate. Brevik is 2 for 4 tonight. Been aboard, he's 1 for 3 tonight. Been aboard twice by way of a base on balls and a single. Kind of the night you're looking for out of your leadoff man. 1-1 pitch is low. We saw Brevik all year last year more than comfortable getting counts to 3-2. Had absolutely no problem pushing the count deep. 2-1 to him, curveball high, and the count goes to 3 balls and a strike. And again, we appreciate Spray Advantage and Lake Region State College for allowing us to bring you the post-game report, sort of in progress tonight on a late night here at Kraft Field. Pitch taken on the outside corner for strike 2. And the runner will get a jump with 3 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. Larson down at first. And the pitch to Brevik, swinging a foul. Got a piece of it, and it hit the glove of the catcher behind the plate and bounces back out in front. It may be Blanchette that's still catching. I don't know if it is or not, though. Can't see a number underneath the chest protector backing. Count remains 3 balls, 2 strikes as it's fouled off by Brevik. Set by Matthew Bryant trying to work the ninth. Another 3-2, and that one misses away for ball 4. That'll be the 3rd walk that's been drawn tonight by Braden Brevik. And on to second base goes David Larson. Well, if you're a Royals fan here, you've got top half of your order up here. Down by 6, need a big rally in the bottom of the 9th inning. Bryant to set, look back at second base, pitch on the way, called a strike in the outside corner. This is probably one of the only non-conference games that we broadcast this year. Most of them kind of end up looking a lot like this, but the season opener, so we're here. 1-0 pitch, breaking pitch for strike 1 at the belt. And the count on Gabe Shower is a ball and a strike. Shower back into this spot in the order now after being hit for by Logan Nickel. 2-0 pitch, misses low for ball 3. And Bryant frustrated. He thought he had found a spot in the bottom of that zone to target. The 2-1 pitch, actually. Swinging a ground ball foul to the right side. They've changed it up on the board now to 2 balls and 2 strikes. So 2-2 the count. They've got actually 1 ball and 2 strikes on the field. Gabe Salander, umpire, says it's 1-2. So the 1-2 pitch, swinging a ground ball foul. One ball, 2 strikes on Gabe Shower. Runners away from first and second for the Royals. And the 1-2 pitch, inside out, foul back into the screen. Remains 1-2. And our home plate umpire, Gabe Salander, goes over to the dugout to pick up a handful of additional baseballs. A set by Bryant. And the 1-2 offering just missed away. And the count's even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Another long look in. Set of the chest. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Bryant ends up striking out 3 in the 9th inning for Grand Forks as Shower becomes the 3rd, following Grafenauer and Irian to go down on strikes. And we will see the Stars pick up the victory tonight by a final score of 13-7 for the Royals in their half of the 9th. No runs on 1 hit. There were no errors. They will leave 2. And your final score this evening will be the Stars 13 and the Royals 7. Let's take a look at your post-game totals that we have for you here tonight from the Kraft Field and Oxford Sports Complex. First of all, for the Stars, 13 runs on 14 hits. They will commit 2 errors, and they will leave 9. And the win this evening for the Stars, I believe, is going to go to Caden Christensen, who worked the 7th and the 8th innings tonight. So Christensen should get the win. An inning of work without anything on the line for Matt Bryant, but the win should go to Christensen this evening. And for the Royals, 7 runs on 7 hits. They commit 2 errors, and they will leave 13 on base this evening. And the loss, I believe, is going to be taken by Rylan Carinta. So the loss to Carinta, the win to Christensen, 13 runs, 14 hits, 4 errors, I apologize. No, let's try that again. 13 runs on 14 hits, 2 errors, and 9 left for the Stars. 7 runs, 7 hits, 4 errors, and 13 left for the Royals. And again, your final score tonight is the Fargo Post 400 Stars 13 and the Grand Forks Post 6 Royals 7. The game played in 3 hours and 4 minutes, began at 6:03, ended at 9:07 Central Daylight Time at Kraft Field in the Oxford Sports Complex in Grand Forks, North Dakota. The Royals dropped to 0-1 on the season. The Stars are 1-0. And we'll see on Monday night when the Royals play games that count in the league going up against the Dickinson Rough Riders. Those games will begin here at Kraft Field, I believe, with a 5 o'clock first pitch. Join us for that coming up on KNOX Live Sports on Monday night. We appreciate all of you for joining us here this evening. Your final score, Post 400 13 and Post 6 7. This has been our coverage of Legion Baseball on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network and KNOX Live Sports.